Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. This is the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they're being positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
And we welcome you all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. For October 22nd, 2023, this is our weekly program where we sort of gather together and explore the workshop, understand more. And of course, this is not the only language community team. There's the Chinese obviously have one, and the Spanish. And you'll find knowledge seekers gathering in Russia. The Dutch also have a team, the Portuguese, as we know, Hindi or Bangladesh, and that represents the Hindi language is probably the main language India, and of course, there's probably a lot of dialects, Germany, France, Italy, and so on. And more. Every country on this planet is represented by at least one knowledge seeker and probably more. Even in Malta, we know Emmanuel, and probably a few others gather and discuss the knowledge seekers workshop and so on. And that's what we're here to do, to explore more and more. So when the time comes, in a way, we're just layering knowledge onto ourselves. So when the time does come, that you'll be able to share more, understand more. People will probably have quite a hard time understanding what is going on with the hovering car, with wellness technologies. How could this happen from such a remote place? But they'll take confidence in your understanding that you've been around the Keshe Foundation for a while. That doesn't mean we understand everything. As Mr. Keshe said, the more you understand the totality, the more you realize you understand very little. And of course, this knowledge goes on and on. But one of the beauties that he did explain in this workshop is when you do transmute to China or Africa or Brazil or any one of these places, the knowledge with your interaction of the soul of that planet and the inhabitants who live there seems to be provided to you. The history, the cooking, the language, the behaviors and different things, the customs. And this will happen right across the universe. So you don't have to study in a way how to behave on Mars or what they eat on Mars or the moon or even on planet Zeus. But one of the things we have to work on is to get this killing and this eating, in a way, other creatures. And of course, my freezer is full of other creatures that I'm still consuming until I learn how to eat less and absorb more. And part of this has to do with the structure of the brain and the way we were constructed. It doesn't allow us to really absorb fully, although we're all absorbing 80% of the energies we need every day from the universe. So I think that's a good start in understanding how to move in the direction will allow us to go out into the universe. It's going to be a very short trip if you get hungry out there and you don't know what fields to absorb, and you say, that guy looks like a pizza, maybe I'll try him. That won't work out very good. You'll probably be immediately sent back to your planet until you learn more. So this is what we're doing, and that's what the wellness systems are doing. As Mr. Keshe said, and we'll hear in a number of these clips, he understands the emotions, and so in those systems, he can make everybody laugh, he can make everyone cry. He knows the knowledge of creation, and this is what we're learning to do. We'll show a little bit, of course, of the London conference, and what's all in the news, of course, today is the conflicts that we see in the Middle East and so on. We're going to start out with that, what Mr. Keshe has proposed to certain governments and how they can help rectify the situation and again bring peace to that area. But not only that area, it's not only for that area, it's for all of us in every country. And not only that, as he said in the workshop, the whales travel halfway around the world to eat and kill, and so don't the birds. They fly miles or thousands of miles to have a feeding frenzy. The fish do it as well. So the whole planet needs the upgrade, and that's part of the process of bringing peace to the man. So we thank you all for sharing your time here on Sunday. We know you're busy, many things to do, family obligations and so on, but I think this is the best place to be, and learning how to bring peace, because it seems to be these conflicts can easily spread and it will affect all of us. And we certainly don't want to be in that sort of having rocks or bombs dropped on our head, as we've seen in so many different places for so long on this planet. In the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars, skirmishes, conflicts. So until we create a peaceful creature out of the man. This will continue even with the new technology. In a generation or two, we'll go right back to the same thing of killing and eating each other. So this is the mission of Mr. Keshe. And then, of course, achieving peace on this planet. The next step will be the interaction with the universal community, our larger family, let's say. And of course, exploring the beauties of the universe, the creation, and so on. Normally, we start with the World Peace Treaty, and that's where we're going to start today. And again, it's a simple document. So many people sign things, marriage contracts and the other, and then they don't always work out. But again, this is between you and your soul. All this knowledge is really about you and how you can elevate yourself, elevate your soul, get in touch with your own creator, not so much teaching in a way the others how to do everything. I think if you show it first and you expand on those fields, the others will feel it and sense it. And I know Mr. Keshe said he's going to be starting to work with satellite souls. And again, I think these satellite souls will be tapped into the central system. He said we can use your soul without even you being aware of it, but maybe at other times you'll be able to impart knowledge to people, share in a way that you never thought you could share, because you're actually connected into these systems. So this is the World Peace Treaty, and I can read it, or anyone else can read it here if they'd like. I'm sure you've all signed it, or you wouldn't be here. And it is your wish to see peace, as we know. If it is your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving. Again, not giving a sandwich or a sweater. Nothing wrong with that. But by giving from your soul, that you can bring this peace on this planet. And so we're learning, as he said in this workshop, try to understand the interaction of fields. Or as we see in the fan commercial, start to believe in something you can't see, plasma wind. But this is a document that the world leaders will sign, the religious world leaders will sign, and many other people who want to work in that path of peace. And I think the more and more they see peaceful conditions being created, they'll kind of be an outsider in a way, and they'll want to join in this process. So the World Peace Treaty, we as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate. Nation, city, council, religion, city, town, body, or a soul. Up to you. Simply your name, your signature, date, position held on behalf of. Again, is it on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual? Have it witnessed. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So again, finding peace within ourselves, finding peace with the others that we interact with, and then of course finding peace with the universal community, which many times we see creatures we don't know. They describe them as inhabitants of a UFO or shapeshifters or something else, but we know they're all from the same Creator as you're from. So they're all part of the Creator, as we understand the Creator's in everything, every breath you take, every entity you see, and even those entities you don't see. So again, you can find this PDF at the Keshe Foundation website, keshefoundation.org. There's many ways to get in there. And then, of course, you can print it out, sign it for yourself. And as Alex likes to say, you don't have to sign it with a pen formally. In the matter state, you can sign it with the pen of your soul. Because when we do go into space, you're probably, or most likely, never find anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. So it's a beautiful document. Apparently, it's a universal document. This document may have been used if other civilizations have been brought into the universal community. Something like this or something similar has been put forward for them to pledge themselves or their nation or their religion to peace. And we all know it's not only peace between mankind, but it's peace with all the other creatures that we may have in our refrigerator or in our freezer, as I said earlier. I'm not quite there yet, but we're learning more and more. And that was one of the beautiful things Mr. Keshe said about the opening up this white corridor for safety of the Palestinians to move out of that region to go into Iran. Mr. Keshe said he'd personally guarantee the feeding and the medicine for 1.5 million people. And of course, he's not going to reach into his pocket and go to the grocery store for it. He said, oh, we're just going to get them a headphone. So I think China is more than ready. Maybe they're even manufacturing the excess of 1.5 million or 2 million headphones for this to take place. But we'll hear a little bit more about that in the workshop. Again, it seems like magic, but as Mr. Keshe said, I don't do magic. My knowledge is my magic. And if you understand it, you become magician too. And this is what we're trying to do, understand more of the interaction of fields, the creation of fields, interaction of fields, and in a way, manipulation of fields. And this is where it comes to. But of course, we're still going to work in the matter state, interaction with the plasma and the matter state more and more. And we even understand that the matter state is a plasma as well, or a field in a way, but it's just very slowed down and compact with very little energy in it. As we move up and up, dimensions in a way change. But we'll be working both with the fields and with the matter interaction with the plasma. We call it a matter, but it's still an energy or a plasma, but just a very slow and weak energy. Any questions about the World Peace Treaty? What it'll mean? But again, we do need to bring peace in a way, and as Mr. Keshe said farther on in this workshop, he slated us to bring this peace. He's just laying the path for it, but it'll be up to us to share and develop systems to make this happen more and more. And of course, there's an advanced team working very closely with Mr. Keshe, and the Chinese will also come on board more and more in a much bigger way. But as he said, they're a very conservative nation. So they take things very, very carefully. It's almost like walking into the jungle and you know there's a lot of things that could possibly create a problem or a pitfall for you. Well, they don't want that to happen. So they want to proceed in a very sure-footed, very steady, but yet step by step, rather than just rushing in and not knowing what you're interacting with in so many ways. Because the leadership understands it. Well, they don't quite understand it. They know it works, so they don't fully understand how it works. And I think the knowledge seekers are in the same position, more or less. We're all learning, and again, we've probably reached 1/1,000,000th of 1% of understanding this knowledge, but it's going to grow faster and faster as time goes on. What we did and what we've been doing the last few weeks is we've been reading this white paper that was put forward. And again, this is just a sort of an offering. And then we're going to read a little bit more. There was a conference, the third conference of the Belt and Road Initiative, or members and so on, and we'll read a little bit about that. This is another beautiful document, again, offering what can be a possibility on this planet. And so we're, as Mr. Keshe said, we've had the industrial revolution, we've had the information revolution. Now we're going to have the plasma revolution, which again, if you mention the word plasma to 1,000 people, most likely you'll get 1,000 different ideas of what the plasma is. So let me read this, unless somebody else would like to share. I'm sure we'd all like to hear other voices interact, but of course, it's up to you. The new era calls for new ideas. This is an era when the world is undergoing rapid changes almost every day. We can no longer interpret the reality we are living in or find satisfactory solutions to the conundrums we are facing by means of traditional approaches to international relations. It is increasingly obvious that the idea that, quote, all strong countries will seek hegemony, unquote, the obsession with superior strength, and the zero-sum mentality are in conflict with the needs of our times. Humanity is in great need of new ideas that generate positive developments and conform to positive historical trends. There is no iron law that dictates that a rising power will inevitably seek hegemony. This assumption represents typical hegemonic thinking and is grounded in memories of catastrophic wars between hegemonic powers in the past. China has never accepted that once a country becomes strong enough, it will invariably seek hegemony. China understands the lesson of history. The hegemony precludes decline. We pursue development and revitalization through our own efforts, rather than invasion or expansion. And everything we do is for the purpose of providing a better life for our people, all while creating more development opportunities for the entire world, not in order to supersede or subjugate others. The strong preying on the weak is not a way for humans to coexist. If the law of the jungle is imposed on human society and the idea that, quote, might makes right, unquote, prevails, the principle of sovereign equality will be fundamentally undermined, and world peace and stability will be severely endangered. In the age of globalization, all countries are interdependent and interconnected. Therefore, the law of the jungle and the winner-take-all mindset will lead nowhere. Inclusive development for the benefit of all is the right path forward. China has consistently championed equality and justice and remains committed to friendly cooperation with other nations on the basis of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence in order to achieve democracy in international relations. The zero-sum game, in which one wins by causing others to lose, is doomed to fail. Nevertheless, certain countries still cling to this mindset, blindly pursuing absolute security and monopolistic advantages. This will do nothing for their development over the long run. It will simply create a major threat to world peace and prosperity. No country should hope for others to fail. Instead, it should work together with other countries for the success of all. China consistently aligns its development with global development and aligns the interests of the Chinese people with the common interests of all peoples around the world. When the world thrives, China thrives, and vice versa. So this is the ethos, in a way, of what's being put forward for the other nations. We don't hear anything about war and taking over or dominating. As we understand, this is a win-win policy. And apparently the West, the White Club, as it's been referred to, and the rest in the West don't seem to want this sort of cooperation and collaboration with everyone. I know we've had the paper by Kissinger and others that the world only has a limited amount of resources, and if we don't control them and limit others from developing, we'll run out of oil, we'll run out of copper and tin and the rest. But this we know now is a fallacy. Even the oil refills the aquifers and so on. And then, of course, now with the interaction of fields, we have the material enhancement system, which I believe the scientists of China, the military leaders of China have seen in action as it's been demonstrated to them, raining 20 different elements or more right out of the environment of the room they were in or the hall they were in, where they were seeing materials. And apparently they've been tested, and as I understand it, there were 20 different elements created. And we may see this again in the London conference. But again, this is a white paper putting forward, again, it's a suggestion with your neighbor in a way. Let's work together rather than throwing our garbage over the fence on your property and you're throwing your garbage over the fence on my property. Why don't we take care of our own business in a way, but yet at the same time collaborate and cooperate? Almost like having a common driveway between two houses, and there's always seems to be arguments and things over that. But let's work together. It's not always easy, but it can be accomplished, and it will be accomplished. And of course, as we become more peaceful, it becomes so much easier not to have your way all the time and prefer the others, that they do better. It's a different understanding of what we've always been told. We have to watch out for this enemy and that enemy. Most of this is just created, again, many times by religious leaders, so that the world leaders can justify in a way their own existence by having these wars and this destruction. So there is another paper, or there was another meeting recently, and it was called Building an Open, Inclusive, and Interconnected World for Common Development. You see, these proposals in a way have been on the table, at least the Belt and Road Initiative have been on the table for over 20 years, asking countries to join. And I think out of 100 or 90, 200 countries on this planet, most of them want to be involved in a win-win situation. And I see the bouquet in front of President Xi. As Mr. Keshe said, when we collectively work together, we're much stronger than when we are as an individual. So I think that applies to nations as well. I don't think we grow bananas in the United States, but we do like bananas, so we work with countries that do grow them. But this just keeps extending more and more up the line. And of course, sooner than probably later, we're going to move away from even eating those creatures. And I know it sounds science fiction-like, but this is the advanced space technology that's being shared, and it's being shared with China. As Mr. Keshe said, two powerful concerns are joining together, meaning the Keshe Foundation technology with the Chinese to bring this. And this is what we're seeing. I think Mr. Keshe is in China now, developing more and more. And of course, there is a Macau conference, a health conference, and some others, but the foundation has been invited to show something in the health conference. This is not a very long document. Maybe we can just read through it. And again, this was the apparently the third of a series of BRIC forum, One Belt, One Road forums that was happened just a few days ago, about this was actually on the 18th of October. So this is quite recent in so many ways. And this was the keynote speech. I know we've asked that they provide a message to the London conference, which we'll get into shortly, but by His Excellency Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, at the opening ceremony of the third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation. I was trying to make this bigger, but I couldn't figure out how to do that so everybody can read. So he introduces Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, heads of international organizations, representatives of various countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Today we are meeting here for the opening ceremony of the third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation. This is what we designate as BRF, Belt and Road Forum. On behalf of the Chinese government and Chinese people, and in my own name, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to you all. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. I proposed the Belt and Road Initiative, drawing inspiration from the ancient Silk Road and focusing on enhancing connectivity, aims to enhance policy, infrastructure, trade, financial, and people-to-people connectivity, inject new impetus into the global economy, created new opportunities for global development, and build a new platform for international economic cooperation. Over these 10 years, we have stayed committed to this founding mission. Thanks to our joint efforts, Belt and Road International Cooperation has gotten off the ground, grown rapidly, and produced fruitful outcomes. Belt and Road operation has extended from the Eurasian continent to Africa and Latin America. More than 150 countries and over 30 international organizations signed Belt and Road cooperation documents. We have held 2 sessions of the Belt and Road Forum before and have established over 20 specialized multilateral cooperation platforms under the Belt and Road Initiative. Belt and Road cooperation has progressed from sketching the outline to filling in the details, and blueprints have been turned into real projects. A large number of signature projects and small, yet smart, people-centered programs have been launched. Belt and Road operation has expanded from physical connectivity to institutional connectivity. Important guiding principles for high-quality Belt and Road cooperation have been laid down, which include the principle of planning together, building together, and benefiting together. The philosophy of open, green, and clean cooperation, and the goal of pursuing high standard, people-centered, and sustainable cooperation. Over these 10 years, we have endeavored to build a global network of connectivity consisting of economic corridors, international transportation routes, and information highway, as well as railways, roads, airports, ports, pipelines, and power grids. Covering the land, the ocean, the sky, and the internet, this network has boosted the flow of goods, capital, technologies, and human resources among countries involved, and injected fresh vitality into the millennia-old Silk Road in the new era. Trains speeding along rail tracks, automobiles running on roads, flights connecting different countries, cargo ships breaking waves, and e-commerce bringing so much convenience to people. They have all become symbols of international trade in the new era. Just like camel caravans and the sailing ships were for the past age. Hydro, wind, and solar energy-based power plants, oil and gas pipelines, and the increasingly smart and interconnected power transmission networks are removing the development bottleneck caused by energy shortage and fulfilling the dream of developing countries to achieve green and low carbon development. These energy projects have become the oasis and lighthouse for sustainable development in the new era. Brand new airports and harbors, smooth roads, a newly built industrial parks for business cooperation have created new economic corridors and new growth drivers, and have become the trading routes and staging posts of the new era. Rich and colorful cultural years, arts festivals, expos and exhibitions, Luban workshops, people-to-people exchange programs like the Silk Road Community Building Initiative, and the Brightness Action Program, and deepening exchange between non-governmental organizations, think tanks, media organizations, and the youth. All these flourishing activities have composed the symphony of friendship in the new era. When COVID-19 struck, the Belt and Road became a life-saving road. China provided more than 10 billion masks and 2.3 billion doses of vaccines to other countries, and jointly produced vaccines with over 20 countries, making a special contribution to Belt and Road Initiative partners' efforts in fighting COVID-19. And China also received valuable support from more than 70 countries when it was hit hard by the pandemic. Belt and Road cooperation is based on the principle of planning together, building together, and benefiting together. It transcends differences between civilizations, cultures, and social systems and stages of development. It has opened up a new path for exchanges among countries and established a new framework for international cooperation. Indeed, the Belt and Road Initiative represents humanity's joint pursuit of development for all. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, our achievements in the past decade are truly remarkable, and there is so much we can draw from them. We have learned that humankind is a community with a shared future. China can only do well when the world is doing well. When China does well, the world will get even better. Through Belt and Road operation, China is opening its doors even wider to the world, with its inland regions turning from fullbacks into forwards, and coastal regions scaling new heights in their opening up. China's market has become even more closely integrated with the global market. China has become a main trading partner of more than 140 countries and territories, and a primary source of investment for more countries. Both China investment overseas and foreign investment in China have boosted friendship, cooperation, confidence, and hope. We have learned that win-win cooperation is the sure way to success in launching major initiatives that benefit all. When countries embrace cooperation and act in concert, a deep chasm can be turned into a thoroughfare. Landlocked countries can become land-linked, and a place of underdevelopment can be transformed into a land of prosperity. Countries taking the lead in economic development should give a hand to their partners who are yet to catch up. We should all treat each other as friends and partners, respect and support each other, and help each other succeed. As the saying goes, when you give roses to others, the fragrance lingers on your hand. In other words, helping others is also helping oneself. Viewing others' development as a threat or taking economic independence as a risk will not make one's own life better or speed up one's development. We have learned that the Silk Road spirit of peace and cooperation, openness and inclusiveness, mutual learning and mutual benefit is the most important source of strength for the Belt and Road cooperation. I once said, the pioneers of the ancient Silk routes won their place in history not as conquerors with warships, guns, horses, or swords. Rather, they are remembered as friendly emissaries leading camel caravans and sailing ships loaded with goods. Belt and Road cooperation is based on the belief that flame runs high when everyone adds wood to the fire, and that mutual support can get us far. Such cooperation seeks to deliver a good life not only to the people of just one country, but to people in other countries as well. It promotes connectivity, mutual benefits, common development, cooperation, and win-win outcomes. Ideological confrontation, geopolitical rivalry, and bloc policies are not a choice for us. What we stand against are unilateral sanctions, economic coercion, and decoupling and supply chain disruptions. What has been achieved in the past 10 years demonstrates that Belt and Road cooperation is on the right side of history. It represents the advancing of our times, and it is the right path forward. We need to remain clear-eyed and undisturbed in a volatile world, and we need to be keenly aware of our responsibility for humanity, for the people, and for the world. We should jointly address various global risks and challenges and deliver a bright future of peace, development, cooperation, mutual benefits for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, changes of the world, of our times, and of historical significance are unfolding like never before. China is endeavoring to build itself into a stronger country and rejuvenate the Chinese nation on all fronts by pursuing Chinese modernization. The modernization we are pursuing is not for China alone, but for all developing countries through our joint efforts. Global modernization should be pursued to enhance peaceful development and mutually beneficial cooperation and bring prosperity to all. On our way forward, we will encounter both headwinds and tailwinds. We need to stay focused on our goal, take results-oriented actions, perseverance, and keep moving forward until our goal is met. China will work with all parties involved to deepen Belt and Road partnership of cooperation, usher this cooperation into a new stage of high-quality development, and make relentless efforts to achieve modernization for all countries. Now, I wish to announce 8 major steps China will take to support our joint pursuit of high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. First, okay, we're almost finished. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, changes of the world, of our times, and of historical significance are unfolding like never before. Okay, first, sorry, read that already. We're right here, almost finished. First, building a multi-dimensional Belt and Road connectivity network. China will speed up high-quality development of the China-Europe Railway Express, participate in the Trans-Caspian International Transportation Corridor, host the China-Europe Railway Express Cooperation Forum, and make joint efforts to build a new logistics corridor across the Eurasian continent, linked by direct railways and road transportation. We will vigorously integrate ports, shipping, and trade services under the Silk Road Maritime, and accelerate the building of new international land-sea trade corridors and the Air Silk Road. Second, supporting an open world economy, China will establish pilot zones for Silk Road e-commerce cooperation, entering into free trade agreements and investment protection treaties with more countries. We will remove all restrictions on foreign investment access in the manufacturing sector. In light of international high standard economic and trade rules, We will further advance high standard opening up in cross-border service trade and investment, expand market access for digital and other products, and deepen reform in areas including the state-owned enterprise, digital economy, intellectual property, and government procurement. China will hold the Global Digital Trade Expo annually. In the next 5 years, 24 to 28, China's total trade in goods and services is expected to exceed $32 trillion and $5 trillion, respectively. Third, carrying on practical cooperation, China will promote both significant projects and small yet smart livelihood programs. The China Development Bank and the Export-Import Bank of China will each set up an RMB 350 billion financing window. An additional RMB 80 billion will be injected into the Silk Road Fund. Together, they will support Belt and Road Initiative projects on the basis of market and business operation. Cooperation with US $97.2 billion have been concluded on the CEO conference held during this forum. China will carry out 1,000 small-scale livelihood assistance projects and enhance vocational education cooperation through Luban Workshop and other initiatives. We will also step up joint efforts to ensure the safety of the Brick and Road Initiative projects and personnel. Fourth, promoting green development. China will continue to deepen cooperation in areas such as green infrastructure, green energy, and green transportation, and step up support of the Belt and Road International Green Development Coalition. China will continue to hold the Belt and Road Initiative Green Innovation Conference and establish dialogue and exchange mechanisms for the solar industry and a network of experts on green and low carbon developments. China will implement the green investment principles for the Belt and Road and provide 100,000 training opportunities for partner countries by 2030. Fifth, advancing scientific and technological innovations. China will continue to implement the Belt and Road Science, Technology, and Innovation Cooperation Action Plan, hold the first Belt and Road Conference on Science and Technology Exchange, increase the number of joint laboratories built with other parties to 100 in the next 5 years, and support young scientists from other countries to work on short-term programs in China. At this forum, China will put forward the Global Initiative for Artificial Intelligence, AI governance. We stand ready to increase exchanges and dialogue with other countries and jointly promote the sound, orderly, and secure AI development in the world. Sixth, supporting people-to-people exchanges. China will host the Liangzhou Forum to enhance dialogue of civilizations with Brick and Road Initiative partner countries. In addition to the Silk Road International League of Theaters, the Silk Road International Arts Festival, the International Alliance of Museums of the Silk Road, and the Silk Road International Alliance of Art Museums, and the Silk Road International Library Alliance that has been set up. China has also launched the International Tourism Alliance of Silk Road Cities, and we will continue with the Chinese government scholarship Silk Road program. Seventh, promoting integrity-based Belt and Road cooperation. Together with its cooperation partners, China will release the achievements and prospects of Belt and Road integrity building and high-level principles on Belt and Road integrity building, and establish the integrity and compliance evaluation systems for companies involved in Belt and Road cooperation. We will also work with international organizations to carry out research and training on promoting integrity in Belt and Road cooperation. 8, strengthening institutional building for international Belt and Road cooperation. China will work with the Belt and Road Initiative partner countries to strengthen the building of multilateral cooperation platforms covering energy, taxation, finance, green development, disaster reduction, and corruption, anti-corruption, think tank, media, culture, and other fields. China will welcome to host the Belt and Road Forum and establish a secretariat for the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the past decade has been a journey of dedicated cooperation and fruitful outcomes. Belt and Road cooperation was proposed by China, but its benefits and opportunities are for the whole world to share. Let us meet the expectations of the people, assume responsibilities entrusted on us by history, closely follow the trends of the times, and press ahead with energy and enterprise. Let us deepen Belt and Road international cooperation and bring Belt and Road cooperation to a new stage of higher quality and higher level development. Let us advance modernization of all countries, build an open, inclusive, interconnected world for common development, and jointly build a community with shared future for mankind. I wish the third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation a full success. Thank you. Well, now you don't have to read the document. You can just listen to my reading of it. And so it's, again, it's quite long. It's actually a little longer than I thought it was, but in a way, I worked on this in the late 90s, maybe mid 90s and so on. They called it the New Silk Road. Then they called it the Eurasian Land Bridge. And even in, let's say, when Lincoln was president, his economic development person had put together proposals where we could connect the whole world together on a train. And you connect, of course, at the Bering Strait and with a tunnel. And this would be a 20, 30, 40-year project, open up landlocked areas. This is under President Lincoln, it was proposed. And build these trains. This would mean cooperation and collaboration among the nation states. And it would probably have reduced the war and create great economic, many jobs, and so on and so forth. Now, with the hovering car, as we see what's going to come out in 25 and 26, of course, this is just my commentary. And the, as Mr. Keshe said, whether it's 1 kilo or 1 ton, it doesn't matter. Once it's levitating, it's light as a feather. Then Mr. Keshe said about the cargo ships. We can actually levitate them above the water and perhaps move them with a small hair dryer, or maybe 4 hair dryers or so on, but they become quite weightless almost, or as light as a feather. So can you move a feather with a hair dryer? Quite quickly. Now, if we connect on these train systems, we don't even have to lay down track. We can have a hovering train. And a train that'll probably feed you, balance your emotions while you're traveling on it, as the hovering car will do. And these are some of the developments and some of the technology that, in partnership with the Keshe Foundation, and the Keshe Foundation in partnership with the Chinese government, in a way, you have 2 very powerful entities working together to bring this peace. So that's why I thought I'd like to spend a little bit of time on this. In a way, it's another fulfillment of a wish that I had for cooperation, collaboration of the nations. No need for war. Why don't we call the new name for peace development, or new name for peace elevation of the soul of the man, which again, many don't understand, but that's why you're here, learning about these things and learning how it'll happen step by step, slowly over a period of time. So I thank you all for listening to this, and now maybe we can listen to Mr. Keshe. Any questions on what I read? I know in much of our news, we hear about enemies, we hear about war. We don't hear a lot about development and cooperation and collaboration, other than with our partners that are planning more conflicts. And we'll go into that a little bit with the, as Mr. Keshe did in the last workshop, with the Security Council and so on and so forth at the United Nations. Many within the Keshe Foundation, Universal Council and so on, will actually be part of a new Security Council that will be formed and advise all the nations on how to proceed. Again, the Security Council we have now is just a limited number. There's many more in the backbenchers, but they don't seem to be the actual voting members. So again, he said it's a club that allows abusers to continue to abuse and sanctions it, or certifies it in a way. Any thoughts about this process? I know we hear China as an enemy. We have to develop a strategy. Again, that was one of Brzezinski's book, The Clash of Civilizations or something like this, and the rest of it. But we know there's a much better way, a much higher order of development. And if we're going to go out into space, even on the space station, we work together. Russia is launching or we're using their rockets and so on many times to reach the space station and take up payloads and other things. So cooperation, we're much stronger. And here's where we see that beautiful bouquet. Together, we're much stronger. Individually, we're not, but together we can bring the change. And that's what we do in the part of creating the Dome of Peace, that we release the GANS waters together, and we elevate the souls together. And in that process, we become our energies have become multiplication by probably an order of magnitude, rather than go out and work in the physical end of things and try to bring the change that way. I did that for a number of years, and most of the game is rigged, so you don't really get anywhere with it. We lose most of the fights we're involved in. But this way, through the elevation of the soul and having two powerful partners working together, and the rest of the initiatives, people that are members of the Belt and Road. And I think many, many more nations want to join. So we'll see how it works out, and hopefully the West will come along in time when they see what's happening. And this, as Mr. Keshe said, we're going to release so much technology, we're going to melt the nations into peace. So if we can, if no one has any questions or comments, let us go to the, if I have it here, to the first part of the workshop, where, of course, on everyone's mind is this problem we've had in the Middle East. Again, it's been going on quite a long time, decades, multiple decades. And there's a solution being put forth at this point in time to alleviate suffering on both sides in a way, and to demonstrate the technology. As he said, food and medicine will be provided to the Palestinians if Iran accepts the proposal. And we will see, hopefully, a document that's produced. I know Mr. Keshe was in the Farsi meeting last week, earlier this week, let's say. And there should be a document that shared with the rest of us, an English document anyway. And of course, it can be transcribed in other nations. And what was put forward or requested or asked to be considered of, because apparently this was just another preset trap in a way, but we'll to get into the Bank of Iran, as a very similar with the Eastern Orthodox Church being looted by certain other churches, let's say, under the pretext of war. And of course, again, in the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars. So if you think you're going to change it by exposing it or show the wrong that this one did or that one did, I'm hoping that peace will be the winner. Not one side or the other, but peace not only in the Middle East, but peace throughout the entire world, and not only between humanity, as we said earlier, but between all the creatures on this planet, and again, all the multitude of numbers of entities or creatures in space. So it's all, in a way, interconnected, and the understanding is pretty much the same. But it's up to you as an individual to get to that point. I don't think anyone can, in a way, do it for you, but we do have systems that can assist you. And of course, if you're not so much physical, you don't need the systems whatsoever that the Keshe Foundation is building. But if you do have that connection to physicality, which we all seem to have more or less, the systems will help you to move to a higher order of understanding. And of course, that's just my sort of comment on that. I'm just looking for the, okay. And let's see how we're going to do this. If we're going to, I just need to move a couple pop backgrounds there out of the way. Yeah, why don't we start as we usually do? I'll keep the screen on this side with the workshop. If I put both up there, this will shrink quite small and you won't be able to read it. This was a very interesting comment Mr. Keshe made at the beginning. We welcome you back. And as usual, we hope to endeavor to do some more of what I call naughty things. To find out what was hidden from us, we can learn from him and the way he does things. He, of course, being the creator. But again, naughty things, meaning opening up some of these understandings in universal knowledge, that the man is abused because of a lack of knowledge. So this is the naughty things, I guess he says what I call naughty things. Anyone have a thought or a comment on that? What are these naughty things he's referring to? Gaining knowledge, is that naughty? Obviously, as he said in one of the videos, man is abused due to a lack of knowledge. And apparently this has been the trend on this planet. To keep us, in a way, knowledge filtrated, that only what's wanted to be released is actually released. So let's continue on here. Any thoughts or comments? You're all welcome. You all have a microphone. And again, nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right, and I'm not either. But we're gaining knowledge, which helps us to understand more, and of course to share more as this knowledge comes out. Okay, Misty says, reveal all the secrets. Yes. Yes, apparently the creator is kind of a tricky fellow. He likes to hide things in a way, or wants you to pursue knowledge seeking. And that's why we're all here. That's why I think the foundation calls us, or in a way, we're named knowledge seekers. I think everyone is. They just aren't aware of it. They have this emptiness inside them. They're searching for it in money, in houses, and cars, and wives, and the rest of it, or other sort of activities that they participate in, but they never get satisfied, and they wonder why. Let's move on to the next thing. Maybe it's food, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, but it's this eternal hunger, in a way, to get back to the mother, get back to your creator. And even those in the UFOs are in the same situation. They haven't, after billions of years, and after carrying the knowledge that they carry, we couldn't hold the door for them. But at the same time, they've never found out or gotten back, in a way, to their creator. Not all, obviously, but as we've heard, if they knew how to fly or move the way the creator moves, they certainly wouldn't be in a craft, because that's rather slow, instead of moving and operating the way the creator operates, which is instantaneous. So let's go to this workshop. We'll hear a little bit more, understand more. We'll cover a little bit of the London conference, and then of course the monthly sessions, and so on and so forth. Much is coming up, much is going on in the background, and much of it is in a way kept in the background, probably for security reasons and other reasons. So we all are on this road to find out more, or on the road to find out. Again, it's all about you and your interaction with this knowledge, not so much what I tell you it should mean to you. or anyone else tells you what it means to you. As we know, otherwise you'll be subject to profits and these other intermediaries you'll come along with, and you'll never develop yourself if you always have to ask, what does this mean? What does that mean? And no problem asking. If you ask, then you can be answered. Any thoughts or comments anyone wants to make? If not, we continue. I know Alex is putting extra frosting on his teaching. It'll be very sweet today. Actually, Alex was mentioned in this workshop. I don't know if you picked up on that, Alex, but there was a question on the soul and so on, I believe. But we'll go into that a little later.
That you, as usual, whenever and wherever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation and Special Institute. We welcome you back, and as usual, we hope to endeavor to do some more what I call naughty things to find out what was hidden from us. We can learn from him and the way he does things, he of course being the creator. It's not a hide and seek, but it's understanding. The more we understand, the more we unravel his tricks. Today's teaching is as usual, and we just try to add to some knowledge. Prior to starting, there's a couple of announcements which I've been I'd like to bring forward. First of all, is the meeting in London. Please, as of this week, we hand over everything to the promoters. And if there's anybody last wanting to join in, please let us know. Otherwise, you go through the system. On the other hand, we had a meeting with the Iranian Keshe Foundation team, live program last night, addressing the Iranian leadership and the Iranian position in respect to Palestine. We have requested, I'm sure the English translation of it will come out soon. We have requested the Iranian leadership, means Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, and the Iranian president, their representative, knowing, heads of Sepah, the representative knowing they were present in the meeting. We informed them 24 hours before. And the recording has already been passed. The first message in recording was passed on to His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, and yesterday meeting with the Keshe Foundation Iran has been done the same. We have requested from Iranian leadership, and you will see the extract of it. You are aware of information that Iran could be pulled into a massive war, becomes the end of the nation. And we have requested from the Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran to issue orders to use the Iranian military forces to become the savior of the Palestinians and open a corridor between Palestine and Iran and transfer the refugees into Iran and provide facilities for existence till the situation with Palestine is sorted. The reason for this we talked about last week in the teaching, and we have to understand Iran was pulled into a trap by the Americans and the Israelis, where they sold the arms to them to bring it to Palestine and used, and then Iran get where they sold the arms to them to bring it to Palestine and used, and then Iran get accused of it, and they have all the armaments ready to annihilate Iran. This was part of a trick to get into Central Bank of Iran and the orders of Ahwas. For this reason, we have requested the Iranian government to use the white flag part of Iran, which is the peace, and is the way it was used by Kurosh and Dariush and by the other Iranian leaders for the past centuries to give refuge to Jews, to the Armenians when they brought them into Jotline's what they call it, side of Isfahan, and then part of Iran was given to the Armenians or Christians, and that's how the Armenistan is created. These are the people who gave refuge centuries ago to escape from the harms in the Middle East, the same as the Palestinians today. And we even gave part of our nation to them to create their own nation. I have requested from the Iranian leadership, with the reasons which are fully aware and they confirm our information and intelligence is correct, to open the corridor between Palestine and Iran and give access to the refugees, these people who have been told to go to the south of the country and then they bomb the south. They tell them to go to the hospitals and they bomb the hospital. 600, 800 people were killed in one bomb yesterday. And this is a trap. It's the way the Netanyahu government works. Deceiving, cheating, and the rest of it, the way they did, using the Keshe Foundation, a space nuclear reactor as a bomb from Iran and causing all the mayhem to reopen his hand. For this reason, I have asked, as always advised the Iranian government for over decades, and sit in the back watching what we call the back of Iran, that we don't get harmed. I have advised the Iranian government for Iran not to trap with what they did, or what I explained last week, to open a corridor for Palestinians to be moved into Iran. We give them sanctuary. We've done this for centuries, and we end this madness which has been created by Israel. And hopefully we'll see what the decision will come. We hear today in the speech of Iranian president that it says we will be present in Palestine. We have to see what is the new decision. Iran will become the rescuer of the Palestinians, and the rest has been done for centuries. And even with all the burden of sanctions, we accept the responsibility. We have to see what is the decision of the Iranian leadership. I asked them to turn the guns around and put the white flags on the tanks and the personal carriers which went there to bring the Palestinians out and make arrangements with the other countries to facilitate, to transfer these people over the next few months. Then we end up with this mayhem of a greed for land by the Israelis. But I have to inform you that with the technologies in the hand of the Keshe Foundation, we don't talk just to talk. We are aware of the technologies should be delivered to the Chinese government and the Iranian government to make facility in a peaceful way, that the land of Palestine will return to the Palestinians in a very peaceful way. But the Israelis, the way they came, they will leave. And the coexistence between two will be there, where the land will be shared. Not by gun policy, but by sharing technology, knowledge, and making it available that this position, which has been taken to use Israel as a next point for wars, for continuous wars to come for centuries, come to an end. I have asked His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei Iran to consider the case thoroughly and understand the situation and sensitivity. In rescuing 1.5 million Palestinians the way it was planned, to invade, to support other groups, radical groups, by opening the doors, we save 80 million Iranians, which are targeted by the bombs and missiles of the Americans long distance, the way they did in Syria, in Libya, and we saw it in Yugoslavia when it started the first time. I hope the Iranian leadership and SEPA understand the sensitivity of the situation and act accordingly. We'll be present to help the Palestinians to move out of the prison created by the West, by the gun policy of the United States, and what we call madness of the Jewish leaders, not in any other shape or form by the nation of Israel. To this effect, I put my request out to both sides, the Iranians and Iranian leadership, to facilitate, if there is going to be a nation of Iran left, as the plan by Netanyahu and the American leadership was to annihilate Tehran. And this way, annex the south of Iran was as part of the British Petroleum ambition to control the whole of Persian Gulf with oil. I hope we see an outcome in a different way, and the first signs of what we see, hopefully, if the information coming from Iranian president is in the right direction and not the other way, we see we'll be present in Palestine to remove, to help the Palestinians to get out of this open prison, give the land as much as they like to the Israelis. The numbers is dwindling, and as I said, we have taken the love of God from the tribe of Israel. And when the God does that, they can fight as much as they like. There'll be no sign in time to come. Going back to the other parts,
Okay, so hopefully that will relieve some of the tensions and so on, and it will also demonstrate the technology, as he said further on, that he will personally guarantee the feeding and medicine for these people, and it will not be a burden on the nation of Iran. So not only will many people be averted out of the path of death and destruction, but also on both sides, of course, but also that the technology will be shown in a much bigger way. And we've had one of those sessions. I personally tasted it in a way, where we went into the feeding session, and the first day it was tremendous. There was not even thinking about food. There was enough energy put in, and the second day it waned a little bit, but I think I went on 3 days just from that 1 hour, 2 hour session. And again, it was probably just put in a nanosecond. So this is definitely possible. This is what we're seeing, the feeding, and we're seeing other things happening with this technology. And that's through the wellness centers, in a way, we showed in the beginning, that as he said, the ability to transport and transmute is the soul, and the physicality is all within the system. So now we see the London conference again. Let me just see if I can find that. There's a little bit of a mention here. We have the store here. And then, of course, we have what is known as this London conference, which is just the first in a series of conferences. I think it'll be taken to many of the major and minor nations around the planet. Washington was mentioned, Tokyo was mentioned, Tehran was mentioned, Beijing, obviously. There's a partnership going on there. But many of the African nations as well, that not only the leadership, but also the nationals will see what is to come. And of course, perhaps demand it in a way, not in a rough sense, but by knowing what's available, we can ask our governments to provide it and not keep us so much in this backward state of technology in a way. And of course, the ethos as well, and bringing man into the peaceful condition. So let's just continue on here with this conference. And again, they've turned it over to a promoter in a way, international. Apparently, they're located within the United States, and they'll be inviting certain dignitaries. And this is a little awkward because every time a dignitary or a world leader goes to another country, they're supposed to be greeted and respected and with some pomp and circumstance in a way. So if so many leaders come to London, it'll be a problem. So what's happened is they've opened up a Zoom session just for world leaders and ambassadors, that they can observe what's going on in the session, communicate in the background, discuss what they see with themselves. And there'll still be some, I think 4 world leaders or more have already committed, and I'm sure we'll see ambassadors and others there. Even to Mr. Musk has personally gotten invited and so on, because the technology that's going to be shown affects his space company as well as his car company. So I would think he would be interested. And of course, as we heard in the last workshop, Musk and his team listen to every single word that's delivered in every single workshop to find something that they can use in their enterprises. But hopefully we'll see them, and hopefully he'll become, in a way, a promoter of this plasma technology, which many are fully aware of, and of course they don't understand it fully as the rest, but we're learning. So this is a little bit 2 minutes on this London conference, and let's see if we can just go back to the transcript.
Conference is set for the 11th of November. The venue is chosen. We have signed agreement and contracts, and our promoters will announce it around the world. That's their job. Invitation of the ambassadors and the governments. And at the same time, we look forward to see many of you there. It'll be a historical time, as the Keshe Foundation, through technology, will show the change. Through technology, we show what is to come, and through technology, we bring the change. In so many ways, Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers, for the first time, we have allowed this to come in, have made a star piece in gold color as a star patch in the.
Okay, so there's a new product in the store. Let's see if we can just, if we can go to that for a moment. This little, looks like in a way, a starfish. But it's not an expensive product. It looks like it's 60 euro plus shipping and taxes. And of course, it's a 20% value added tax plus the shipping. I'm not sure what that would be, but it looks almost like a keychain type. Keshe Gan's handmade crochet star, symbolizing a new beginning through the worldwide implementation of Keshe plasma science and technology in exchange for peace. Very similar to what we see in the clothing line here, where there are ganses and fields embedded into the colors, perhaps even into the cotton. I think some of the cotton, at least it was proposed that it should be grown with the GANs. I don't know if they've harvested that, if that project continued, but the clothing would be made out of cotton that was raised using the GANs technology in a way. And of course, the clothing brings a sense of balance and peace within the man and within the soul of the man. And it's the same with these. For the set of 3 or 5, write the selected colors in the comment section of the order. Otherwise, it'll be randomly selected. Contact us for higher qualities or customs. So you can give this as a small gift to someone. They can hold it in their hand, as I understand it. It says here, simply hold in your hands and feel your inner peace expanding. So someone, and we all know we get stressed or distressed. Somebody says a bad word to us. We want to engage them, or we have the bosses come and piled more work on us, and you really wanted to go home that day. You had something else to do, but yet he's telling you he needs this done before you leave. So this can be on your keychain or in your pocket. You can put it in your hand and feel your inner peace expanding. And again, this is a system, as all systems that the foundation makes are for the elevation of the soul into a peaceful condition. This is what all the systems are about, even the butterflies and the rest. We thought they were for capturing electromagnetic fields off of your phone or your computer, but really, he said they are priceless and they are soul elevators. And of course, you tell that to someone who doesn't know about the soul, they may think you're a dreamer. But we know more. Again, we're not abused because we have more knowledge. Not a lot more knowledge, but we have much more knowledge than before the arrival at the Keshe Foundation. So this is the new product he is speaking about.
Of the Keshe Foundation. These are individually handmade, and it has a lot of meaning. It's done to celebrate the beginning of the conference, and in the coming days, we release a special envelope for the conference in London, which brings space and technology and peace together. Going back to the teaching.
Okay, any thoughts or comments? Again, it's a nice little gift. It looks like you'll get a few of those for the price. If you don't designate the color, then they'll pick the color and they'll be sent. I don't think the color is so important, but certain people have likes or dislikes about certain colors, and even colors can raise emotions within us. One red to one person means something, and a red to a bull means something else. And we all know that. But anyway, it's the idea of creating and releasing and feeling the peace within yourself expanding. So just a little way, something that you can have. And again, I remember Gianni saying he makes a lot of dances. Gianni, we all probably seen him in the reactor group or in other places in Romania and the whereabouts there, but he makes quite powerful dances. But he said he went to Linz and he went to the exhibition center, and I think he was given some dances. And he said these were the most powerful ganses he's ever felt within his hands. So there's something special about the ganses that the Keshe Foundation makes as opposed to the ganses we make. There's probably some secrets in there that we're not aware of totally. And of course, as he said, with the pictures that you can buy at the Keshe Foundation store, with the artist, I know there was some artworks available, but he said that we supply the GANs. So the artist is not making the GANs for that painting. Those GANs are supplied by the Keshe Foundation, and there's a reason for that. So let's go to a different point again and more understanding about this interaction of fields. So we're going to just bump this up to about 52 minutes if we can, and 52 seconds, and we're going to hear more. And then, of course, the other session that we know about is the November 27th, I think, session with the continuing development of the wellness systems and wellness within yourself. I'm just trying to get to I may have to start it a little bit before there because it doesn't seem to want to go to the spot I want. Okay, why don't we just start it here? Let me see if I can move this down to about 52 minutes so we can keep up on the transcript. And we thank Elias for delivering a beautiful transcript every week, and others who work on it. I know the Brazilians have added their touch to it, and other people in the background have also made transcripts, are making transcripts with the actual drawings and the pictures in the transcript, which is another nice touch. So we're all, in a way, holding on to a little corner, as was mentioned to us, of this very large carpet. So you're all here bringing the change in the way that you understand it. And as we gain knowledge, I think we can do even better with it. So let's see if we're close to this point of starting.
And how many people are ahead of us and how many people are behind us in that chain. But the chain is a close, it's a circle. So it comes back to the same. Please try to understand the interaction of the fields. If you understand that, then you understand the interaction of the fields of your emotion. Then you understand the interaction of the fields of your souls. And then in understanding those, you understand how to create that condition. On 20th of November, as we announced on the Keshe Foundation website, we allow limited number of people to join.
Okay, so he's talking about I think it's the 24th of October that he's actually talking about here. Let's just take a look again. We'll go back to, which we're all very much aware of. And these are the monthly sessions. They've been going on since last December. This is connecting with the soul of the creator. And of course, the creator is you, or you're part of the creator in a way. And this is the one he's mentioning. This is the 27th of October, which I believe that's this, isn't that this coming Friday? So there's still open virtual seats. Again, all you have to do is listen in a way. And this is for the post-corona. Oh, that was the 27th he was talking about, but I just thought I'd mention this as well. There's two actually that are being proposed. The transmutation of the light, which is on the 24th of November. Okay, I'm mixed up. And then, of course, the post-corona Soul of Physicality Interaction, October 27th, which is coming up this Friday. And again, things are happening in the background. Different people have many different experiences in this process. What I'm experiencing, you may not experience, and what you experience, I may not experience, because he's, in a way, or the team is doing different switches with different people, depending perhaps what you're short of or perhaps what they want to test. And it's all in helping you develop and elevate, but also more importantly, the system gets developed for the outreach to thousands and then probably millions of people. So you're playing an instrumental role in helping the development. I wish the cost was less, but this is the way it is right now. And as time goes on, I think the cost and the interaction participation of these systems will be much less. So let's continue. Again, this was the 27th. This is what he was talking about, this transmutational light, I believe.
We will try to endeavor to create the light between the two hands, where we change the system, where we control the system. And your job is to create the condition of the soul, pure devotion, to be able, by the interaction of the fields between your two hands, to manifest the light. In teaching of the past, we have mentioned about this many times. Now we show you it's a technology, it's a knowledge, it's not magic. You don't know how to do it, we create that condition. We tested this with you last Friday and the Friday before. Those of you who attended the sessions, you felt an energy change, you felt energy from the back to the front, you changed the emotion. We control everything in the background. Those of you who had the emotion on the right side and the right hand, and you had the feeling on the left side and the left hand, you felt the emotion change, you felt the change of the fields. It was not coincidental. When you join us, look at those two microphones which are amongst you. Through those two microphones, we change things, we introduce things, we create a condition of the joy, we can feed you and the rest of it. And there are other microphones, we create other conditions. And we see that condition when we create. As you remember, last year, we brought the essence of the soul of the child of Mitra, and we saw the immediate effect on the reading, how the soul elevates the soul. All of you. You got to understand, this has to be understood as a knowledge, has to be understood as a technology, has to be understood that now we understand what we can do. It's like that gymnast. It doesn't go on the floor and win the gold. Practices day and night. Compares itself with others, what I can add to reach that perfection, to win that gold medal. There's nobody else but him on the floor. The last man standing. If he hasn't learned, he loses. If he's learned and mastered, he wins the gold. Winning the gold for man is not the gold, it is understanding the process of creation. And you're the only one on that floor. And it's you who have to understand. We bring the stadium, we bring the floor, and we bring the people to cheer you up. But it's you who has to decide. It's you who's going to do training. And you learn from the others who've done what to do to win that goal. It's the same with us. We create the environment for you. We create and control the condition, we bring the audience. And we teach you slowly, slowly, as we've done in the past year. In the meeting of 27th November, we endeavor to bring that in.
He says, we teach you slowly, slowly, but I've attended some of these sessions and nothing is really said. There's an introduction. How's everybody? How's everything? Welcome you and so on. And what they're going to do, open the microphones, close the microphones, but there's no words of teaching. So how are they teaching? Their interaction with the fields, your fields and the fields of the system. So there's no words exchanged. They're actually working through the soul of the system, your soul interaction, I believe, with the soul of the wellness system in a way. But he said, we teach you, but there's no words exchange. As Rick said, it's kind of like you listen, but nobody's saying anything. I mean, you may hear a cough or a sneeze or something like that, but for the most part, people are trying to maintain silence. But yet he says, we're still teaching you. Could that be the teaching through the soul?
In the last Friday and the Friday before, you felt the emotion change, you felt something happen, you felt something is about to happen, or your emotion changed, or you went through. We watched it. We created it. I can make all of participants in these sessions to laugh whole time and don't do anything else. And I can make you cry at the same time. Because I know the emotion of love, I know the emotion of joy, and I know what creates that condition and emotion and what strength. In the process of the knowledge, in process of understanding, in the process of gathering information for you to have, to understand, to have a track record of, that you can repeat, we test everything to its perfection. Now you understand. Go back to the teaching, go back from the beginning. Understand the interaction of the fields. Understand what these fields do to you. Understand how their interactions create what condition with you, knowledge, joy, happiness, whatever. I was with a knowledge seeker very recently, and it says that every time I go into this building, after half an hour, I want to sleep. I think something to do with the oxygen in the air. And I looked at the sky and I said, yes, you could be right. But I know why that emotion is created. I can create the same emotion in the house. Where she lives, where he lives, where they go. Or through the systems we have, which a lot of you join, I can make half of you to laugh with the open phones, with your microphone open, and the other half of you cry. Look at the data. Look at the voting and the screen questions we ask at the end. We've collected all the data we need. When you went to the test for pH, those of you who went up, your pH increased, you will start laughing. Those of you who pH goes lower, you will cry. Those of you, when we went for the test of insulin, where it increased, if I increase more in the background, you'll be so happy, you'll be like drunk. And those of you who went down, you'll be as sad as depressed. When we do these tests, we do to understand how to make you, in the process of understanding, that the system creates a normal condition in all time. This is how those of you who go through the wellness centers, find out we change your emotion from depression to happy. When I came to the session 6 weeks ago, I was so depressed. I had a depression. In 6 weeks, I don't feel depressed. My life has changed. I've become a happy man. I can live again. We didn't do magic. We did exactly what we did in the session of last 2 weeks. But we give you time for you to understand. Those of you who go through the wellness centers, you've gone through these processes with the doctors. You go in for 2 days, 2 sessions, because the body needs to learn to the next session, to the next session, to the next session. It's not magic. It's understanding what fields is missing that you can enhance. This is the same as what we say. We add to the energies of this planet to change the condition that the man does not kill. You put cancers in the rivers.
Okay, so it's just about the time where everyone joins together on the soul level every day at 9 p.m. CET. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day. Even we're all connected already, but it's a unification in a way for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So every day, if it's your wish to see peace, you can join and add your fields, spread the Gans waters, as he said. We'll replay that in a way again. But it's to raise the soul of this planet and its inhabitants into a peaceful condition.
You'll be so happy, you'll be like drunk. And those of you who went down, you'll be as sad as depressed. What we do these tests, we do to understand how to make you, in the process of understanding, that the system creates a normal condition in all time. This is how those of you who go through the wellness centers find out we change your emotion from depression to happy. When I came to the session 6 weeks ago, I was so depressed. I had a depression. In 6 weeks, I don't feel depressed. My life has changed. I've become a happy man. I can live again. We didn't do magic. We did exactly what we did in the session of last 2 weeks. But we give you time for you to understand. Those of you who go through the wellness centers, you've gone through these processes with the doctors. You go in for 2 days, 2 sessions, because the body needs to learn to the next session, to the next session, to the next session. It's not magic.
So it's again, it's a balancing or processing. They teach you A, and then they teach you B, and then they teach you C, and then they teach you C, and then we give the body time to adjust, and then you can spell cat or something else. This is what's happening in there. It's a process, slowly. It's not all done in 1 session or 2 sessions. You're a dreamer if you think that happens. Although he did mention, if the soul is ready, it can correct whatever imbalance you're experiencing in 1 nanosecond. And we wait for that. Yes, Stephanie?
Yes, I just wanted to ask if somebody is here in the chat who was at the diabetes test or at the pH test and can tell something about their experience.
Well, I was at the pH test. I didn't notice, if anything, I didn't notice, and I had test strips to monitor. I didn't see my pH was low. It did not go up, and it's still low. So I don't know what happened there. And in the sugar test, I joined late, I think, and I didn't have a way to test the sugar or the salinity, I think, the sugar. So I didn't have it arrive the next day, unfortunately. So I don't know what happened on that end. Anyone else have anything they'd like to share about that? The sessions.
About the emotions, when it rises up or when it goes down. Had somebody this emotions?
Yes, I did. He said he came in, everything was quiet for maybe an hour, and Mr. Keshe all of a sudden came in and he said, remember what you felt in the last 10 minutes. And in the last 10 minutes, all of a sudden I sort of felt happy and joyful, and I was rubbing my legs, and it was just like something had changed there in just that brief moment. And I wrote that in the chat and I expressed that that's what I had experienced in those 10 minutes. I didn't feel it in the back of the head or the front of the head. It was sort of all over in a way. I know he said
Okay.
you feel, yep.
In the beginning directly, or you mean yeah, in the middle of the sessions, if somebody, if some emotions are changed? That
Yes.
was my question, because
Yep.
okay, it changed, and in what way? From
all of a sudden you felt happy. All of a sudden
Okay.
you felt peace, you felt calmness.
Mhm.
You know, you were just sitting there listening and, you know, listening, and then all of a sudden an emotion changed for some reason. And just
Okay.
before that, he said, remember what you felt in the last 10 minutes of the
Okay.
session, and then he closed the mic.
But it had nothing to do with the pH level. It's
Apparently not.
yeah, you
Apparently
said
not.
it changed. Yes. Okay.
I didn't notice any change in my pH.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And nobody here who has.
Anyone else want to share anything else? I do see a few people, but I'm not going to point them out. If anybody would like to mention anything that happened to them, I could see 3, 4 people are here that were there, maybe 5. And again, sometimes people don't
Thanks.
like to share anything publicly.
Yeah, sure.
You
I
know,
just
and
posed the
that's, we
question.
respect that. That's fine. But again, it's all about developing the system for the others to use in the future, where these systems will be available to reach tens of thousands of people simultaneously for different conditions. I see a microphone has opened. Go ahead, Ern.
Yeah, with me, oops, I got it double. Let's see, turn this off.
We hear you.
Okay, my pH did not change. And my emotion, I couldn't remember.
And diabetes? Did you
I
make
didn't
this
do
test
that
too?
one.
Sorry?
I did not
Ah, yeah, okay.
make it
Okay.
into that.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. It was just a question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but again, sometimes things happen a week later or 2 weeks later, or again, it's a building process.
Yeah, but he said in this text here that after the pH changes lower or higher, then you got depressed or you felt better. And that was my question, if somebody had this experiences during the session. But it's okay. Thanks all.
Yep.
I have had lots of changes in emotions, but I don't know what they relate to specifically.
Okay.
I've had long periods of time, low emotions, and longer periods of time of happy emotions. Sometimes I think it has to do with my interactions with my laptop.
Okay.
But again, it's like building a puzzle, and you don't see the full picture until you put that last piece into it. You're building it, you see the picture on the cover, you're building it, but the one you're creating isn't done really complete until you put the next to the last piece in, where you can see the whole picture. And I think that's
I have to say
yes,
that over a long period of time, my emotions have been more stable and more positive. It wasn't associated specifically with any particular session.
but something's happening.
Yes,
Something happened.
I think it started with the butterflies.
Yeah. And again, we don't always see something immediately. He said, if you think you're a dreamer. And he may even hold a knowledge seekers workshop in the same fashion, he said, where nobody talks, we just listen. So it may open up to everyone at one point in time. He mentioned that maybe a year ago or so, where he said we might do a knowledge seekers workshop in that fashion. And they'll probably have the systems on. I know there's different systems coming on. Sometimes certain systems are always on, other systems are switched on and off. I don't know exactly what's going on in the background. And they have a reading of your soul of physicality, soul of the man, and the physicality. So they may be inserting different little pieces into your brain or other parts, depending on what sort of thing you may need. And everyone seems to be different in that way. Okay, let's just finish this if we can, and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace. I know Alex is probably raring to come in.
Is understanding what field is missing that you can enhance. This is the same as what we say, we add to the energies of this planet to change the condition that the man does not kill. You put gases in the rivers and gases continuously produce, or in the room, and you say this happens, happens. This is what we do. This is what the conditions are. But we are more, we have more, we access more knowledge in a deeper way. I carry the knowledge of the universe. So I have to play slowly, slowly. Otherwise, if I run too fast, the child chasing me will fall or gives up. And it's no fun running on your own. How many times you played the game of I can catch you with your children? He or she runs ahead of you and you say, I catch you, I'm catching you, and runs as fast as he can. Or you run in the front and says, catch me, and runs as fast as he can. But you know he can catch and you know you can run away. But the whole purpose is to create that joy and let the child feel I'm part of it. And this is exactly what I play with you. You take from it according to your intelligence. Some of you feel behind chasing, and some of you feel ahead being chased. But that chasing is through your own soul and your own soul of physicality and the knowledge you gain. And as children always say, sitting in the back of the car, have we got there yet? Are we there yet? And that's a question you have to ask yourselves. How I got there yet to understand. Thank you very much for today. We go for a break as usual. The same records, the whole thing, and the whole way we kept it that way, as the knowledge of the man has to be added by man himself. And we come back and answer any questions. If you'd like to take us through a break, Rick, please.
Okay, so let's create the Dome of Peace if we can. Again, the two-step process that we know about. One is releasing the GANS waters, but as he said, we carry a much deeper knowledge and more of it, but we're practicing. And that's what he said about the expansion of the soul and adding your fields to bring a certain condition about. He said he'd handle the physicality, and I think he mentioned that again in this workshop in a different vein in a way. But let's just go to the Dome of Peace, and this happens on Sunday, but it can be anytime you'd like. But collectively, remember that bouquet in front of President Xi. Collectively, we are stronger.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice.
For you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, Please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Now we're going to go to the next step. We showed this already, but again, as a reminder, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for the elevation of all souls and protection of the physicality in the universe. So just put that into your schedule. Again, it doesn't take a lot of energy to work in that dimension. You can be multitasking. You can just spend a second, 5 seconds, a minute, whatever you'd like. Again, it's all up to you and your interaction with this knowledge. Okay, sorry. Let's see here. We're going to bring the second step of the Dome of Peace. And thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, so let's use our abilities as a field generator to spread our fields, again, to bring peace and calmness and uniting and elevating the soul of humanity through the work. Again, it's a practice session, almost like what Mr. Keshe said. If you want to move something or transmute yourself to another position, try to go from one room to the other. Don't try and do something a little bit big. Or if you want to move something, I think they call that, I'm not sure, again, I had the word and it just slipped me, but if you want to move an object from one place to the other, you can practice doing that as well, using the energies of your soul, or moving yourself from one room to the other. And this is the practice, as he said, we practice and we try to do it. And again, it's all up to you. I don't control your structure. You're the captain of your own ship. So how you approach it, how you handle it, how you play with it is all up to you. And so let's take 5 minutes and expand, or again, yes, expand our fields to create this condition. It's a lot about creating conditions, but many of these conditions can be created within the structure of yourself, even though you're in the same environment. I think we'll see that with the fish. As he said in London, he said, I put a drop and create a fish in a tank, but then I change the fields and the fish changes into a frog or some other entity you've never seen. But it's all, as he's doing with the brain structure, you're still in the same environment, but the brain structure is changing. So even though the environment hasn't changed, the system allows the structure of the brain to change while you're in the same environment. So there's a number of different ways of looking at this, and we know we can create the condition within us. So let's just take 5 minutes, and then Alex, I'm sure, is ready to come in. So we'll take 5 minutes of silence at this point. And again, you can do this anytime you'd like. All the time, actually. And thank you all for continuing this process until we reach that peaceful condition. And again, it's not a day job. It's not like putting the cake in the oven and 40 minutes later it comes out, or putting the turkey in the oven and 3, 4, 5 hours later, it's all done. This is not a day job, so we continue the process. And now let's welcome Alex again for another wonderful teaching as he continues to take us deeper and thoroughly into this knowledge. And I don't know if you noticed, your name was mentioned, Alex, in the last workshop. I think he said Alex is there. It was a question about the soul, and I think it was the definition of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. And he said you have Alex in the American teaching and so on. So we're very proud to have you here, and we're also blessed to have you here and sharing what you'd like to share. So welcome.
Yes, I know.
What did you say?
Noticed that, and I have been, I guess, guilty of focusing on this all the time. Oh, you can't hear me? Hello, Mark?
Hey, it broke up a little bit. Let's see if we can find Alex in this transcript. There you are.
No, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Can everyone else hear Alex? Please confirm. Anyone?
Yeah, I heard him.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've had to revert back to the old.
You keep skipping.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay or a skip.
And yeah, I was commenting on. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything about that here. I'm on the old system.
That's
The new
better.
system.
That's
The
better.
new system crashed. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll just try.
Here's
I'll
that
just try and
part,
keep.
Alex. Can you give a definition of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality? Oh, can somebody does that? We've done that so many times. Which teaching? Can you have the reference, please? The North American teaching people are very good at it. They've been through it and they come up with these things sometimes. Alex is there. Thank you for being here, Alex. Again.
Yes, exactly. And the comment I want to make is that I have been focusing to a fault reason for it is because we're trying to cater to the new people, and this is an important question that keeps coming up. But the basis of it is what I've been doing with these classes, and now in the review process. And the basis of it, of course, is to really understand the difference between the physicality and the souls, of which are the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality. And I've been keying in, of course, on differentiating that as materialization. So when we create something, that's a manifestation. And when it actually goes to the level of physicality, then it's a materialization. And I wanted to differentiate with that. Is because the materialization is very much one energy level, whereas the manifestation in the plasmatic level is in multiple levels. And so we can manifest in a plasmatic level without ever going into a physical level. And I have always been of the belief that knowing that the physical level is the lowest energy state, but also it implied an inferiority with respect to the universal community. But that is not the case. The physical materialization is actually a feature. It's an enhanced feature. And it's our failure to understand that has caused us to be limited in our understanding. So that's the basis of the reason for me to focus on this repeatedly. And it's not to dwell on the issue, it's to show different ways of explaining it to people, because the way I figure it, we're only reaching at most, say, 7% of the population. So, I'm looking at the other 93%, and how do we as knowledge seekers address that?
Alex, if you would, I haven't played the disclaimer. Would you like me to? Sorry, I forgot. I was going to ask you to take the screen, but I just realized I did not play the disclaimer. Would you like the disclaimer played?
Yeah, yes, please. And
Then take the
that
screen.
way, yes.
Okay, great. Here we go.
Disclaimer.
Great.
The information
Okay,
and
did you hear what I
education
just said,
material
as far as
contained
the
herein is
description?
meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, yes, I did hear you, Alex, but I think there's a slight delay going back to you, or there's a buffering going on when you're projecting to us. But we can work through it because your words stop, but then you seem to continue right where you left off, even though there might be 1 or 2 seconds in between that time. So please take the screen and move forward on this sharing with us. Okay, we're seeing your screen, just waiting for it to be populated, and there it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that technical glitch, so I'll be mindful of it. And but it's kind of funny, isn't it? That at one moment you're speaking at normal speed, and then the next moment it's very rapid. So, but apparently you're not missing anything. So this is good. Welcome everybody, and then thank you very much for bringing us to here, leading the pack, so to speak. And I want to welcome everybody here to the North American teachings on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. We are trying to teach for the mature students and the new students at the same time. And we've been trying to consolidate thousands of hours of teaching. And the reason we've been doing that is because it's well over 6,000 hours and well over 10 years. And so we've tried to really put it together, and that's what we've been trying to do here in the North American team for the last 4 years. And now this year we've been doing a review. And so as today, for instance, we're doing the basic inner space review. It's another almost 12 hours of teaching being distilled down to less than 2 hours. So we keep trying to do this in fairness to the newcomers, but please remember that everyone is going to be asking questions. And as a knowledge seeker, you're in a position to do that and answer those questions. And you want to be able to have it gracefully and calmly and try and explain something. And people are going to be asking me the same question, but in different ways. And so you have to be able to explain it in different ways. And so this is all part of the process. But I think the reason so many people have attended this meeting and made it so powerful, and why everybody's listening from many continents around the world, is because they're running into the same problems in their own community, and they're seeking answers, and they want to be able to be in a position to be able to talk in an intelligent way, because the teaching doesn't stop. It keeps on going every Thursday. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So today we're reviewing the basic inner space, and my name is Alexander. It is October 22nd, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And we talk about the 93% of the population that is unaware. And even a percentage of those who are aware still have a strong hesitancy to move into the new technology, which has been put together in a series of 3 books. Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And then there's book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And of course, book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And of course, the obvious question, anyone looks at this and say, well, why is book number 3 not book number 1? And this becomes a very important point here, because we're trying to get on the plasma highway. And as I said earlier on, all energy levels are plasma, but one in particular is a physical state. And that physical state is the state that we're most familiar with. It is also the lowest energy state. And as such, it implies that we are inferior. But I maintain that this is a characteristic, and it's not a characteristic to imply a superiority. It is an additional feature. So it's like someone has a regular motor and someone has a turbocharged motor in their car. Someone has roll-up windows and someone has power windows. So these are all features. It's just that we have to understand that in our search for outer space, we have to understand our embodiment. And our embodiment is this little piece of pie in the sky. And this piece of pie in the sky is so tiny. And the reason it's so tiny is because we keep looking at the smallest scheme, our scheme in the greater vastness of the universe. And this is unfortunate. So we started on December the 16th of 2022 with the fulfillment of the prophecies and the beginning of many soul expeditions. And every month we've been progressing. And it's not to leave anyone behind, it's just that we have to move ahead. We have to keep going. And so coming up in the month of November is the beginning of the series transmutation process. So we talk about the transmutation of light. And the transmutation of light is very important because the speed of light is not only the physical limit of the speed of matter, but it is also the limit in terms of our understanding and our knowledge. And so if we're going to do the transmutation of light, then we really have to break through that ceiling and break through that limitation. And it's not as painful as it sounds. In fact, it has to be a very welcome thing. We've all had experiences with the cup of life, and we need to keep teaching the cup of life because they sure demonstrate various important components. So they're reflective of our emotional strength, which comes from some nebulous point in our core space. And this core space is reflective of our inner space, and that's what we're talking about today. We have finished with the basic earth space and moved ahead into basic inner space. And the reason for that is because all the teachings up until now have been very, very much focusing on the physicality and keeping an eye open to the plasma reality. And we need to be able to understand the difference. And we need to understand the sequence. And in order to understand that, we have to understand why we've created boundaries. And so we're going to review that along with the magnetosphere, atmosphere, biosphere, comatose, and that nebulous space somewhere. So please fasten your seatbelt and please enjoy the trip, because we're searching for outer space, that little piece of the spinning pie in the sky. And most of us have settled for that little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which is a really, really tiny red dot in the scheme of things. So how do we progress from there? And where did that dot come from? You know, let's just start with that. And so in basic math, which is another physical thing, we have to understand surface to volume ratios and how they work. But the thing is that there is a relationship. And so pi is part of the equation. And the problem with pi is it's non-specific. In fact, it's kind of a fudge factor that we throw in. And since we're the ones who are throwing it in, we're not part of these two feeding dimensions. And when we have these two feeding dimensions, we end up with three feedback dimensions. And how is that possible? Because in math, you take two and you bring them together and you create a third. Well, the thing is, in the plasma science, you don't lose the first two. They remain. And they're continually changing and positioning. And so if the two feeding dimensions are maintaining and positioning, then the feedback dimension is also maintaining and positioning as such. And since we always throw in that little fudge factor as the observers, it means that we're none of those three dimensions. So we're in the fourth dimension. Well, if we were to say that the physicality is three dimensions, then there doesn't seem to be any room for us. And so this becomes a problem in the understanding. So where is this fourth dimension? So what we're having is a contention between near space versus far space. And we wonder, is there a guiding hand behind this? Are we the guiding hand? And so we realize then that we have physicality in three dimensions. And we have a plasma reality in three dimensions. And all of the energy states are a plasma reality, including the physical one. It's just the physical one has a specific attribute. It's physical. The other plasma dimensions have different energy strengths. And so they can vary. They can vary in strength. And what impact do they have? And so when we look at the mathematical situation and we say that one field plus another field equals a third field, but it's non-specific, then which field are we talking about? And where do we fit in? And we have so many choices, because when we're looking at the different launch points and landing points around the universe, then we obviously have to identify which field, which reference, and understand that regardless of whichever reference you pick, the relationship of the interdimension relationships remains the same. And so right then and there, we understand how that we can transcend the different dimensions. Because within each of these dimensions, we manifest. And so that is a skill that we have. And one of the skills that we have is to manifest in physicality, which is materialism. And it's the lowest energy state, but it's not an inferior energy state. It is our moral leader, because it is our leader. And to be a leader, you have to be a moral leader. And as I said, you know, we're all students and we're traveling through these uncharted skies. And students become teachers. And when teachers continue to teach, they also become students, because it's more than just what you hear, it's more than just what you see. We have to make default positioning choices, and we have to sort things out, and we have to get elevated. And the reason for it is because if we stay in this one dimension, it becomes a very rough road. And so to navigate on this road, we find that we actually have to tune into the energy of the universe and turn on that power and drop out of our resistance, not abdicate our responsibility, but understand that we are part of the beginning. And when in the beginning, if we look at our universe and we say, well, there were no planets and no atmosphere and no water, but we're all here and the sun is here. And so how did that all happen? And so when we look at the sequence, we see that the sun came before Mercury, and Mercury was one of those planets. And so all of this follows the rules of the creation of the universe. So how the universe is created from energy. It exists from energy. And energy is always in motion. And energy is always positive. So it's the motion that determines the charge. So energy is a charge in motion, and it tells you which way it's going. But when we look at the universal order of creation of matters as displayed in book number 1, we find 3 different energies coming together, if you will, 3 different dimensions, 3 different field strengths coming together into one. Well, if they come together, where did they come from? And now that they're here, where are they going? And if they're not going anywhere, can they be maintained? So let's answer some of these questions. They have to come from somewhere, and they have to go somewhere, because if they fail to do that, they cannot be maintained. So the maintenance of any of these amalgamations of field strengths is a manifestation. And so this manifestation has to take these things into account. So all things in combination. So not only in combination to maintain its creation of matter, but maintain its combination in terms of where it came from and where it's going. And so now we have to see that we can not only come and go from the same field strength, but we can actually come and go from different field strengths. And why is that so difficult to understand? if you live on the second floor of a two-story house, then you know that you can climb up the stairs and you know that you can climb down the stairs. And so this is reflective of the plasma interaction. We symbolize it with the infinity loop and say all things in combination. And we say the magnetical forces are pushing and the gravitational forces are pulling. And the balance of that to create this matter is a Maggrav condition. And that Maggrav condition is a balance of forces. But clearly, when you look at this picture, you find it's not equal. So how can you have unequal forces and maintain this balance? And that is because when you look at the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron, you see how the evolution from the neutron to the atom, where you have the neutron as the initial fundamental plasma, and then the atom is a combination, there's that word again, electron, proton, combination. But the mass of the electron and the proton combination is not equal to the mass of the neutron. And so there's a decay process, and then in that decay process is a release of the PM ticks. And the problem with this model is, first of all, the word decay. Because what the decay does is it reflects a way to go down those stairs, actually go to a lower energy state. In language, when we say decay, it's a motion towards being rotten, as in a decay of moral character. But in nuclear science, decay only means a difference in energy state. Decay in nuclear science is the opposite of creation. So whether it's a creation or a decay, it's a creation of creation, or it's a creation of decay. So we find that the limitations of language also causes confusion. And so we have to understand when we're talking, are we trying to be language specific or are we trying to be subject specific? So in this case, the decay process is subject specific to nuclear decay. And so that's part of the nuclear language. And so the review helps us because we can be more specific. We can be more specific in understanding. So after Mercury came other planets, and each of them came one by one. And so this relationship is very, very important because we have to understand that the manifestation of the next one is dependent on the precedence of the prior one. So at some point, there's a precedence of the first one, but then the next one becomes the second one, and the second one becomes the prior one to the third one. And so the process continues, and it keeps continuing until it stops. And so the question that we have to have is what begins the process and what ends the process. And in order to understand that, we have to understand what happens in between, step by step. So even to go from one process to the next process is a beginning and an end. So the sum of all the steps in between, which are a beginning and an end, are part of the overall process of a beginning and the end. And that's not double talk. What that is to Remember the sequence. First came Mercury, then came Venus, then came Earth, and then came Mars. And if we were to say that, well, Mercury came because of the interaction of the sun with the universe, okay, I accept that. 1 and 1 is greater than 2 because we still have the sun, we still have the universe, and now we have Mercury. And so if we were to look at the relationship of the sun to Venus, we can't say it's the sun and the universe to Venus because now Mercury's involved. So in effect, we would be correct to say it's the sun and the universe, but what we have to understand is that the universe that was relating to the sun in order to create Mercury could not include Mercury at that point. It had to create Mercury. And so then to create Venus, it had to add Mercury to the balance of the universal equation. So we would be correct to say that the manifestation of Venus is the combination of the interaction of the fields of the sun and the fields of the universe, if we understand that the strength of the fields of the universe have changed because of the manifestation of Mercury. And so if we go to the next step, which is our home team, Earth, we have to understand that the interaction of the sun and the fields of the universe manifest the Earth, but the fields of the universe not only include Mercury, but now also include Venus. Now, if this didn't happen, then you could logically argue that the manifestation of Mercury and the manifestation of Venus should be absolutely identical. And therefore, then the manifestation of Earth should also be identical, but it's not. And then there's Mars, and then there's Tiamat, which was blasted to smithereens by some unseen forces and created the asteroid belt, and so on. We went throughout the whole planet. So what we have to understand is that when we look at this relationship of 1 and 1 is more than 2, we have to understand that the 1 and the 1 are not the same one. So is the location specific based exclusively on the physicality? Well, no, we've discussed that because the physicality is a materialization on the lowest energy state. And we know it's physical because we can see it. But that is not the cause of that materialization. And that's why we're talking about inner space. What's the difference between Earth space and inner space? Because when we look at Earth space specifically, we see that on Earth space, we have other materializations on the materialization of Earth space. So we have minerals like copper, gold, and oil, and they're location specific. So they're location specific in their physicality, in their physical materialization, just like Earth space is location specific within the physicality based on a materialization positioning. So what is the cause of this? Because in general, there is a reality dimension that we can't see. I would call it outer space. And so clearly outer space is not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer. And energy transfer is represented by energy in motion. So this becomes very important because when we're talking about this vanishing confirmation point, which is we think is the reality dimension, we call it the physical reality, but we find, oh, wait a second, we have one coordinate, the transmission, another coordinate, the transition, and then we have this point of existence, which is the transmutation. And at some point, we're going from this invisible point into this physical point. And somehow we cross over. And we can't see this. It's this crossover point that is the reality dimension. Because in order to cross over and to identify that point, we have to identify the launch point and the landing point so that we can have the coordinates for that point, which is generic some space. So whether it's your physical space, whether it's your mineral space, whether it's your earth space, planet space, sun space, whatever space it is. And since the physical reality is only one dimension, then that is bounced off by the plasmatic reality of two other dimensions. So the one plasma dimension plus the one plasma dimension is equal to the physical dimension if we're talking about materialization. But the soul is not limited. We could say one plasma dimension plus another plasma dimension is equal to another plasma dimension. And we would have to say not all plasma dimensions are the same. So in addition to this, then we have our space. And so we are in this earth space, but our point of view is from man space, our space. And we find that our plasma state is not only the soul of the man, but also the soul of the body. So there are two souls and in a plasma state. And so we have to take into account two physicalities. One, the physicality of our body, and two, the physicality of our environment. Because the physicality of our body cannot manifest nowhere. It always has to manifest somewhere. And so that somewhere also has to have manifested into the physicality. And so the crossover point is this point of emotion. But what we have to understand is that this conversion point is actually also done by inversion. So in other words, we can go from this point of transparency into this manifestation point, but now we understand that we can go from the manifestation point to the transparency point. These are all skills that we have to learn. And we have to understand that there's more to understand and awaken to it. So those of you who are participating in this review have had a chance to think about this and understand it a little bit more deeply. But now, how do we convey that, to the rest of the population and do it in a very quick way? And so we have to define plasma and understand that physicality is one form of plasma. But plasma is a kind of energy state, and there are different kinds of energy states. So what we're trying to do is to find our inner space. And before we get to that, we have to understand our earth space. And that's why we focus so hard on getting that organized, so we understand the difference, with the earth space being that physical space and our inner space being that plasmatic space. And this becomes the key to the gateway to outer space. And that is the purpose really of our life. And that's pretty important. And so if that's not important, well, then nothing's important, right? So there are plasma rules, and they're different from what we have been accustomed to. So the energy states can increase or decrease by an order of magnitude. So, you're driving down the highway at 60 miles an hour, step on the gas, now you're doing 600 miles an hour. That would be cool. But the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. That's the difference. And so the energy states changes manifest through, as we said, natural creation or natural decay, both of which are very natural. But there's another transfer state that is non-consuming. We call the catalytic energy transfer state. And the best example for that is our sun. It gives unconditionally. And at the rate that it does it is in a higher plasma state. And so that rate of change is also higher by many orders of magnitude. So more begets more. And so in order to create these fields, we have to create a fence or a barrier of fields. And then those fields have to absorb this energy. And so the plasma has these two characteristics where it can absorb fields and is a barrier of fields. But there are other rules that govern this, and it's bound to the ethos of the universe. And so we do have to take that into account, because that is the fundamentals of a relationship. Well, let's call it a successful relationship. So, you can't depend on undependables. And so when we look at the scientific responsibility, we're only looking at one side. And when we look at the spiritual community, we're looking at the other side. We have to put the two together. That's how we get a balanced maggraph. We have responsibilities that impact magnetically and gravitationally. And then when they work together, you create this maggraph condition. But if it's in balance, then nothing happens. So energy has to continually be in motion. Things have to continually change. But at what rate of change? Can we do this faster? Well, the plasma science is adding to this knowledge and elevating the rate of change. And we need to elevate the rate of change because we are having a failure in understanding our field relationships. We seem to focus on the spider versus the fly relationship, or shall we say adversarial versus coexistence. So we all know that we have this awake state, and we can relate that to, say, in plasma science, the nano state. That's part of our earth space. But when we go to sleep, we go into this dream state. And so it's non-tangible. We could relate that as the nano gap state between the nano and between, meaning inner space. And so we see that our understanding, this helps so that the science meets the soul of man for peace. Because you really can't go into a dream state if you're not at peace. You can't be tossing and turning when you go to sleep because you're not at peace. Once you achieve peace, then you fall asleep. And when you're in a peaceful state, then you have a restful sleep. So our soul limitations have to do with our lack of understanding the emotion of presence, because the emotion of presence seems to imply a connection between the emotion of the past and the emotion of the future, which is to say, I have to carry forward the emotion of the past into the future. Well, that is what anchors us to this presence, but it doesn't allow for any change. So the emotion of the past is part of the feeding process, and the emotion of presence is part of the feedback process. It is from there that we can carry on with the emotion of the future. And so that becomes the field of inertia. And in order to formulate that field, we have to have trust. The same trust that we had to have between the interaction between the force field of the sun and the force field of the earth that allowed the force field of the man space. And yet each of us is different. Each of us is unique, and each of us are independent. We are independent, but we're independent variables of a dependency on this earth space. So we have to understand that our existence on the earth and how we move about is the transportation of our physical body. But how we move about through the universe involves the transformation of our souls. And this is how we break through the limitations. Those are all skills to learn. And so these skills, when we fail to learn them, then we create this cross, and we amplify it by the double cross, and that becomes our eternal burden. And we have to carry that. And the reason we have to carry that is because when we lie, cheat, and steal, we are not only stealing that energy from the lowest energy field, but we're taking on that responsibility as well. That responsibility which is not ours. We've just taken that energy binding, feeding choice at the expense of others. So now that becomes our burden. And although it seems like we have more, we've gotten it from the lowest energy state. And the reason for that is because we've disconnected from our souls. So we are only focused on the soul of the body, which is part of our transportation system. And we're disconnected from the soul of the man, which is part of our transformation system. And so we can't get past that focal point, because that focal point goes from non-visible to visible, and from visible to non-visible. And we only believe what we see. And so if we were to understand that we have to keep the energy flowing, and yes, we have to be self-serving, that's a responsibility, but we can do that at the enhancement of others. And so that sounds like an additional expense, but it's not, because it's the fundamental part of energy and motion. It's all basic giving and taking, the negative and the positive. And so the relationship is the more we give, the more we have. And the energy can be flowing or binding. And so this becomes part of the principal interaction. And we say, well, the binding, this is how we maintain our MAGRAV condition. But that MAGRAV condition is dependent on energy coming and going. And so that MAGRAV position has to take into consideration another MAGRAV condition. And so that energy also has to be binding, but the energies between those two MAGRAV conditions has to be flowing. And so which two is it? And so if we just focus on two, then what happens? Then the combination of those two manifest a third. That becomes your inertia field. And so when you look at the net result of the principal interaction of two MAGRAVs, what you get is a picture of one. And the thing is, that picture is representative of the two that created it. And you don't lose those first two. So the first one and another one still remains. So those two are the feeding dimensions, and the third one becomes a feedback dimension. And as such, it converts the first two into also feeding dimensions. So what precipitated the initial principal interaction of the first two MAGRAVs still remains. But now we have a new dimension, a third dimension, and which is reflected of the energy binding of all three dimensions. And as you're sitting there looking at the screen, you understand that you're not part of those three dimensions. You are in another dimension. And so you're participating in these three dimensions, but you're free to go. You're free to come and you're free to go. And this is the key. So what does that mean? That means there's an energy sequencing, the same as there is a plasma field strength. Plasma is a kind of energy. So what are some of the kinds of energies? So we find that the soul of the man is the highest energy state. Then it's the soul of the body. Then you have your plasma energy, which is higher than your nuclear energy, stems from atomic energy, which is an amplified electromagnetic energy, which comes from electrical energy on the basis of magnetic energy. And each one of these is progressively lower as you come down, or progressively higher in field strength as you go up. And these are not the only energy states, but you can pick and choose which two you want to relate to. And if you want to understand the proof of concept, you have to understand that you had a preference and a sentimentality. And so you came from somewhere. That was your launch point. Where is that somewhere? That's your reference field. And you landed somewhere. That's another reference field. Excuse me. So wherever you launch from and wherever you land, that becomes your point of susceptibility. And where exactly is that? Well, in our case, we were born to Earth, and we were born using this system. And so we can rightfully say that the Earth trip is part of our round trip. So the trip is not really complete. Is it ever complete? So if we came to Earth, we had to create this boundary. So we have this sentimental pie in the sky we call Earth, and so this is where we are. Well, if that's where we are, how do we know that's where we are? Because we also have to figure out where we're not. And so we're not Venus and we're not Mars. So we're in between. So we create a boundary called Venus, and we create a boundary called Mars, and we create a boundary called Earth. And so the Earth is between these other two. And so each one has a boundary, and each one has a position. And so as we're looking at understanding that we're a space agency, and this is space science, we see that when we entered the space room, we were in the physicality. And whether we were coming or going, we had to cross over. And when we crossed over, we went into the plasma reality. And with that plasma reality, we were able to, shall we say, alter the reality. And all those who participated were able to do this. And then all those who did this were able to come back. And they did this safely. And so we remember that this review is in the middle of 2022. And so what we're focusing on is this magnetical gravitational relationship. And we've seen that in the twin cups. And so one cup was the feeding cup and one cup was the feedback cup. But honestly, in turn, one feedback cup became the feeding cup and the other feeding cup became the feedback cup, because it's a two-way street. It has to be. So since this is a North American teaching, let's look at the North American boundaries that we have, right? This is our little piece of the pie on Earth space, even smaller pie, right? And so that involves primarily, when we say North America, this is Canada, US, and Mexico. And so where are we exactly? And how do we know where we're at? So yeah, we create the boundaries, but you see, whatever we are is a product of the neighboring pieces. So in order to understand our boundary, we have to understand that our boundary creates us. So we are not the boundary. So for instance, we're not Canada. We are created by the boundary with the United States. So our boundary of Canada is created by our boundary with the United States in the south. And then uniquely, we have a United States in Alaska, and so we're created on that boundary as well. So that's how Canada is created, by that boundary of its neighboring places. 1 and 1 is more than 2. Well, if that is true, then the USA is created the same way. So it's not the USA where the USA is created by its neighboring place, and the neighbor in the north is Canada, and the neighbor in the south is Mexico. So the USA is created by its neighbors. And Alaska is the same way, because it's created by the neighboring place. So of course, by extension, Mexico has the same answer. Mexico is not created without its neighbor. So the US is Mexico's neighbor, and Guatemala is Mexico's neighbor. So, and so it goes. So we're all the products of our neighboring pieces. So as a result, we create these laws, man-made laws, and they limit us, they put boundaries on it. And yet when we look at the universal community, it's unlimited. And so these create our boundaries, and it affects our safety. This angel refugium of safety in the universe is boundless. On Earth, it is limited. So when we look at the whole thing and we say that our Earth space here in North America is actually based on the neighboring pieces, obviously Earth itself has no boundaries. It's man who's created these boundaries. So we're not North America either, because our boundaries are the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. So without these boundaries, we're not anything. It's only when we create these boundaries, then we're something. And as soon as we're something, we are limited. So this limit is exemplified by the Peace Bridge. Because if we want to advance from our launch point to go to a new landing point, we have to cross over these boundaries. So wherever you are, that's not you. Only you is you. You are the connector. You're the transmutator. You are that manifestation point. And that manifestation point comes from the emotional energy. And so if that's the way that you are, then also that's the way that Earth is. So in other words, the Earth space has an inner space, and the man space has an inner space. So regardless of the manifestation of the Earth space or the man space, it is always a relationship that is manifest as a feedback. And that feedback always comes from another feedback. But not just one, it has to come from another one. So the one is not the same as the other. And the third is the sum of the two, but not only. It's a third, but you don't lose the first two. So one energy is your binding energy, and the other is your launching energy. You have to have it to give it. And you have to give it to keep it. This is how the emotional energy manifests itself. And so you become an independent, dependent on this greater oneness. So you have this feeding radiance and you have this feedback radiance. And so all of that is for the common good, isn't it? It's not just for your good, because you can't exist unless you are part of a nation or part of a planet or part of a race. And all of this is for world peace, because that's how it works. And we've been teaching this for 296 weeks in a row. And every Tuesday with the host, Rick Crammond. And so we find that the fundamental point that we are, each one is a magnetical residue that's represented by the force fields of attraction and repulsion, which we call gravitational and magnetical field forces, represented by convergence and divergence of energies. So that each one of us is a variable, and each one is working in an interdependent universe, so we can all reach one and go through this emotional transformation to teach one about one nation, one planet, one universe, and how we can have peace and prosperity in our magnetosphere. So we carry on. So when we look at this product quality that we were talking about, so we have to understand the type of product and the kind of quality. So we have to make some nebulous references because we want to identify that it has to be somewhere, some time, some space. And so we have this nebulous positioning. So if we want to focus, we have to have a specific product quality with specific boundaries, right? So we're looking at Earth's target ranges, and Earth's target ranges are within the magnetosphere, which is between the boundaries of the moon space, magnetical boundary, and the core, which is the gravitational core of the Earth space. And so operating in this magnetosphere, we see that we're a product of the neighboring places, right? So we have no boundaries except to say that, you know, we're between here and there. And in this case, the two oceans. But on a personal note, we also identify ourselves by what we create. And we only look at the one feedback because that feedback is not my garbage. The garbage is another feedback, but that's not mine. So my garbage is on the other side of the fence. That's how we operate. So we are operating, navigating between one pile of garbage and another pile of garbage, and continually looking for and getting rid of the garbage from wherever we are at. The problem is that your neighbor has a garbage problem, and you've created it. So your neighbor cannot just look at it from your point of view. They have to look at it from their point of view. And if you have given them your garbage and that's not their garbage, then they're going to give it back. And so you get your garbage back. There's something wrong with that sequence because we have to figure out how do we unlock the gateway to the inner space of our Earth body, right? Because if we keep throwing away our garbage and tossing it back and forth, we create an environment of war and poverty. When we look at unlocking the gateway to our inner space, we're looking at the peace and prosperity of the universal community. That's a much better picture, isn't it? Because not only is it an inner space of the Earth space, but it's also your inner space, the inner space of your physical body. So this is fundamental to the emotional energy manifestation, to take these things into account and work with them at the enhancement. That's what we're talking about, the enhancement. And we know that this is true because of what we've seen in the atmosphere. So we look at the Earth, and it has these two plasma fields where it has this north space and the south space, and they come together and they create this Earth space. And wherever we are, whether we're in the north or we're in the south, our feet are firmly planted on terra firma. And every time we look in the sky, we see the atmosphere. And what do we have in the atmosphere? We see clouds, we see rain, we see wind, and the effects therefrom. And then, of course, what's manifest from that is all the vertical people space, which we haven't talked about. They too have a point of view. They are living as a result of this atmosphere on Earth space. And within the people space, the vertical people space, we even have bumblebees, and they have their own space. And they're in this space. And sometimes they're in the Ontario Premier space. And then, of course, there's the Claudia and Josepha space. That's a really happy place. And so that's what we're trying to work out. We began the soul plasma flight simulation experiences to understand that there's a cancer awareness, that there's a soul space, and there's an addiction awareness. And this is how it begins, because this is part of our biosphere. Our biosphere is a result of all of this, what's going on in our atmosphere. And so we're still trying to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because we have to involve the ethos of the universe. That goes beyond those limitations because it involves morality, compassion, and courage. It's all part of creation. And remember, there's the creation of creation and the creation of decay. So the creation is in two directions. Nuclear connection, where we're looking at man-made history. But then we understand that man-made history involves prehistory. How can you have a prehistory? History is history. But it seems to be that history preceded man. Okay, well, I get it. Yes. We have the Earth space history. But the Earth space history is showing a history as it relates to man before man got here. Something's not connecting here. So we are baffled by this illusion, all these things that glitter. We've learned about the business school of bankruptcy, the way they teach you about business, but that's not the way business operates. We identify garbage and we identify gold. Interestingly enough, we find that one man's garbage is another man's gold. And so what's the gateway into this gold mine? Is it the launch point, or is it the landing point? Or is it this nebulous reference field? Where is this reference? What does it look like? And so we created these concrete poles, and we found that there's a hole in the pole. And then we had these bamboo poles. Well, there's a hole in my plant. So clearly, whether it's man-made or vertical people-made, earth-made, there must be some kind of magravity feeding conversion going on in the hollow earth. And there's a relationship with the magnetical outer sphere and the gravitational inner sphere. Because we see these natural resources, which are all physical, specific locations. And the mining industry mines within the crust. So we have various digging and drilling methods. We have excavating, crushing, and smeltering, compressing, liquefying, refining. And what do we leave within the biosphere? We leave slag, tailings, and smoke. And yet we chose Earth space as opposed to Mars space. So clearly the physical space is not inner space. It's my orbit space, right? Because Venus moves, Mars moves on its boundary, Earth moves on its boundary, but each one stays within its own orbit. So it goes around and comes around. And those paths don't cross. They stay within their boundaries. So there's this in-between space relationship as well. And so we see that with the electrons, how they rotate around the protons. And so we see that they're orbits and orbitals, and how satellites follow these orbits. And as that's what we are we biosphere satellites? So are we on the moon? Are we from the sun? Are we from Mars? Or are we from Earth? Or did we come to Earth as a product of not being any of those others? So we define ourselves by defining our neighbors. And during a sunny day, we look up in the sky and it seems to be translucent. And so, is that our nebulous relationship with the sun? Now, wait a second. At night, the sky becomes transparent. It's the same sky. So, is that our relationship with the moon? Well, which is it? What about the atmosphere? Is it our relationship with the clouds, the rain, and the wind? What about the window? It's made of silicon. The Earth's crust is made of silicon. But this window is amorphous and it's clear, and we can see right through it. It's transparent. So is there a window to the universe? And can we see it? Well, we have to look at the manifestation, for instance, like this river in Europe that suddenly had all of these dead fish. It had to have the fish first before they died. So at some point in time, they were born. What happened? Was there an unseen hand? Or is this just a running joke? A running joke on humanity, which only brought to tears, not of joy, but just tears. And we talk about the green earth and what it means. And when we translate that into Ukrainian, and we see what green is. Maybe that sheds light on what we're looking at, because what we're looking at is not a reflection, but it's emission fields. So the blue genes aren't blue, and the green genes aren't green. It's a handy form of deception. And this is why we reviewed a song that was done around World War II. And you say, well, now you say you're lonely and you cry the whole night through. Well, you could cry me a river. Cry me a river. I cried a river over you. And now you say you're sorry for being so untrue. You drove me, nearly drove me out of my head, while you never shed a tear. Remember, I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian. Told me you were through with me. And now you say you love me. Well, just to prove you do, come on. Cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. Thanks, Julie. So our pursuit of happiness was actually a launch field failure, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. We have to understand there's no economy without ecology. There's no place to throw the garbage. And you can be blind to it, or you can be comatose. So when we look at this nebulous relationship of what we are, and our target practice is coming to Earth, isn't it? But when? Is it in the summertime, or is it in the winter time? I like spring. Some people like the fall. But so these are seasons, and funny things happen in these seasons. Bears, for instance, go into hibernation. The vertical people go into dormancy. Is the hibernation and dormancy a kind of suspended animation? Is that what we do when we go to sleep at night? Are we in a state of suspended animation every night? We don't call that hibernation, right? We just call that going to bed. But what happens when you go into a coma? That's an extended sleep. Is that hibernation? Or is that dormancy? Is that suspended animation? except that you're not very animated. And so you have to wonder, where did everybody go? What's going on? So a few English words. Destrudo, the destructive impulse. It denotes an energy of death instinct. And the antonym of libido. Libido is the urge to create. Destrudo is the urge to destroy. And then there's mortido, the death instinct. This is used in psychology. It's the energy of the death instinct. Mortido can result in self-harm or suicide. Self-harm or suicide, that could put you into a near-death experience, or maybe you're a soldier of fortune and you're suffering from PTSD. You survive the trip, but then you exercise self-harm or contemplate suicide. So what are the comatose patients doing? I wonder. Are they deranged? Are they harming others? Or are they just dysfunctional? Or are they disconnected? So we ask, are they comatose or brain dead? Are they asleep? And so we have the vision feedback enhancement units, which facilitate the inner space emotion energy manifestation. They facilitate the plasmagen interaction. And so this was a gift to humanity, and the Keshe Foundation has offered this as a gift to the US military for PTSD recovery. And is it soul enhancement or is it spirit enhancement? Does it define the boundaries, or does it alter the feedback modification? Does it set the default pathway manifestation to that safety place, that refugium manifestation, and soothe the heart? This is the new plasma science, where it satisfies that hole in the soul, that hole in the soul of the family of humanity, which encircles the earth space. This is our inner space in that nebulous space. We have to understand this nebulous space, okay, because we have to understand some of these nebulous points. You know, when we look at these seasonal changes, does that matter? Because there's a birthday every day of the year, regardless of the season. And so when we look at this dimension building, it all starts with a point. Where is this point? It's just any point, some nebulous point. And you add one and you connect one. And then you add a third and you connect two. And then you add a fourth and you connect three. You add a fifth and connect four. Do you see the pattern? You add a sixth and you connect five. And you have all these dimensions, and you see that there's a growth. It all starts from some nebulous point. And so we see the relationship that we have all of these other nebulous things, such as the dynamic plasma and ganses and nano and environment. And the only one that is not nebulous is the Earth, which is specific to Earth. So all of these are nebulous points. And they reflect the same relationship in terms of energy state, the soul of the man, the soul of the body, the emotion, the physicality, and the environment, and the earth. So we find that the stronger the field, the higher the energy state. And yet, when we look at the universal order of creation of matters, that's the point. That somehow from that point, which is gravitational and is represented by the neutron at its core component, and through the Keshe model of nuclear decay, it creates this ray launch point. And then the residue is the atom, the proton electron combination, which is basically dependent on the fundamental principles of the twinity, where the plasma of the electron is dictated by the transfer energy from the plasma of the proton. So when you look at this core component, we see the neutron is gravitational, but it's not the electron, because the neutron forms the electron-proton marriage. So it can't be just the electron. It has to be ray, or it has to be an atom. Okay, so this nebulous point has to be this magravs. And you add a second magravs and you connect. So we understand in physicality that we have waves. And as we try and make this connection, we find that as the energy comes in, it's strongest at that point, and then it gets weaker as it goes out. And in between each wave is a section, a start and a stop point. And then, of course, it's moving out. So it creates a larger wave. Even though the energy is getting weaker, the field is getting larger. And so this is how the plasma energy is in motion, is traversing this no man's land, this in between. And so if we understand what it means to be symmetric, then we can see that there's an opposite effect. And we say it's symmetrical from one side to the other. But if it's a reflection, if it's a symmetric reflection, then it's still opposite, except that it's converging at that focal point, at that point of reflection. But what happens if we change the energy state? What happens if we have a plasma state and a physical state point, and we add a second and connect? Well, that becomes an asymmetric relationship. One side becomes gravitational. One side becomes magnetical. But if you're just in the one energy state, in the plasma energy state, then the asymmetric relationship, it becomes directly gravitational and magnetical. It's still going from the weaker to the higher, except that now they're in the opposite curvature. And neither one of those is the origin, which is to say, if there's an asymmetric relationship of going from the neutron to the atom, and then you have the manifestation of the PM tick, you have to have it to give it. And then you could stay in the plasmatic state, or you can go into a higher plasmatic state and still maintain that asymmetric relationship. And so this is the emission of energy that comes from our inner space. It also is part of the absorption of energy to our inner space. And so the reference point is from our landing field, where we have a launch to the landing field, or a launch from the landing field, and the energy in motion are these PM ticks points. And this is all done at light speed. And so now we have to understand that the light speed, as we know it in physical terms, has a plasma relationship, and it still becomes an asymmetric relationship, because in order to come from one side to the other side, there has to be a motion from the gravitational to the magnetical. But in order to come from the higher energy down, there has to be another relationship, gravitational to magnetical. And so at the core is your crossover of these two asymmetric relationships. And that becomes part of your emission, the emission of the PM ticks release. So when we look at this plasmatic point of some nebulous point, we add a second and connect that then we have to ask ourselves, where is this other point? Because if we have an asymmetric PM ticks release, it has to go somewhere. So there has to be another somewhere. And within our sun space, there has to be an asymmetric reference point. And that reference point is between the sun and the earth. Are we talking about the physicality of the sun and the earth, or are we talking about the inner space of the sun and the earth? So that all depends on the energy state. So if we're saying that all of these energy states are in a plasmatic condition, except that the physical energy state is in a materialization energy state, that being the only difference, then the rules are the same. The asymmetric reference points are the same, where you have your Magrath condition of 1 and 1 and the creation of an inertia field, which is 3. And you don't lose the first one, and it's not the same as the second one, but you still have the second one, and it's still affecting the third one. And at that point, you have to understand that there's things in combination. So there has to be something else in combination. So there's another reference point. And that thing in combination is 1 plus another 1 plus an inertia field, which is the manifestation of the third field. And so the reference point has to be between these two fields and the reference point of the inertia field between the sun space and the earth space. So the inertia point of the manifestation of the inner space of the relationship to the sun space and the earth space, plus the inertia field of the relationship of the one field and the other field as a maggrav field, is equal to the feedback of the third field, which is the manifestation of one field plus another field, equal to the third inertia field. And you can take that construct anywhere. And the reason you can take that is because you're none of these fields. You're some gravitational field in some nebulous point, and you choose where you are. And right now, you have chosen to manifest in physicality, which we call the materialization of your man space within the earth space, which is part of the sun space. And this is all dictated by the inner space of every one of these fields. And so you find that each one of these fields has a soul. So now we understand how PM ticks work. They're part of the energy feeding packs, right? And they represent the dilution of composite plasma charges. That's what we've talked about, composite plasma charges. And there's a gradient charge of the atmosphere, where we go from the aminogen, which is the spice of life, where each of us is an independent variable, and we default to our position, to this humanity family, right here and now. And that's how we achieve our soul positioning. So when we compare the manifestation of the soul of man and the soul of the body, and how it compares to the manifestation of the sun and the earth, and we say, okay, well, we look at our head and it's much smaller than our body, but that's not quite right, because that represents our earthbound strength. Our earthbound strength is our physicality is strong and it embodies our soul. But when we look at the plasma field strength from the universal point of view, then we find the universal soul of man embodies the universal soul of the body, which embodies the physicality. Now that makes sense. When we look at our tiny perfect world and how it relates to our sister universe, and we look at our soul of the man and how it relates to the soul of the body, and we look at the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth, and we see those relationships, now things are aligned. Now things make sense. So where does our inner space soul position itself? Well, it is within this feeding dimension between the sun and the earth. And so the soul of the body is the manifestation between the brain and the body, because these are the physical manifestations, and they're fed by the emotion. The emotion and the GANs have an affinity. They work together. They not only recognize lies, but they recognize love. So the GANs emotion is part of the two feeding dimensions. So it's the physicality of the brain and the physicality of the body that is feeding back, but not only. So is the soul of the body. So there's your three feedback dimensions. But the feeding dimensions haven't disappeared, haven't evaporated. All this is energy in motion reflecting the soul inner space positioning. And it's always maintained by the feeding of the brain and the feeding of the body and the feedback of the brain and the feedback of the body to maintain the inner space positioning. And so our pursuit of happiness really has become the pursuit of problems, isn't it? Because we don't see the solutions. And so if we don't see the solutions, we don't see the evidence. So these are part of our earth space problems. It means it's an absence of inner space awareness. This contributes to our outer space problems because there's an absence of outer space as well. Because wherever this is some nebulous point. And that's the problem. You know, even the farmers have this problem with the plasma fields. So they raise cattle, but cattle have these gas leaks, non-visible. It's that fresh dairy air. And this is a problem. It causes defects on our Earth space radio channel. And these transmission defects affect us. So how do we fix that? So if we look at the basic cups of life and how we created the one cup, and then how we created the cups of man and how they represented our emotional and physical well-being, and then how it interacted with the earth space and the inertia of the environment. And then we find that all five cups, how they're working together, each one has a magnetical gravitational field and a soul, but collectively they have a magnetical gravitational field and a soul. And that's how we look at it. And so when we look at the earth space, that's how we have to look at it as well. The peace dome is the dynamic soul of the earth body. And at the core is the soul of the core of the earth. And everything in between is the inertia field, the inertia field of the inner space of the earth. And that's where we reside. That's our biosphere. That's our biosphere. The majority seek and will answer the call of freedom and emancipation because the universe is normal. The earth seeks freedom and emancipation, and man's existential crisis defaults to the harvest of this plasma energy of the plasma universe. The vertical people have no problem with this. They understand the dynamic plasma dimensions. So we have the feeding radiance of one maggrav crossing the reality dimension to the feedback radiance of another maggrav. which in turn then feeds the first, and that becomes the feedback. This is all part of the dynamic plasma interaction. And it transcends our aura. It's all part of the plasma feeding interaction. And so we can deliver the food security to all of us because we are all equal. So if we understand the soul of sequence now, it's the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth that attracts the soul of the man. So now the soul of the man and the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the body. So the soul of the body and the soul of the earth manifest the physicality of the body. Oh, wait a second. So we have this dynamic transfer state and this physical destination state. And so our target practice brought us to Earth. So the Earth is part of our feeding and feedback system. So the Earth had to be here first. So the soul of the Earth has these relationships, right? So in outer space, the soul of the Earth has to interact not only with the soul of the sun, but also the soul of the man. And so the inner space of the soul of the earth body has to interact with the inner space of our soul of the body. So the physicality of the earth body then can interact with the physicality of our body. So what does that mean? The soul sequencing of the soul of the earth is dependent on the interaction of the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun. Now that you've got the soul of the earth, it can interact with the soul of the sun and attract the soul of the earth body. And so the soul of the earth body interacts with the soul of the sun and manifests the physicality of the earth. And this has to happen before we can get here, because in order to get here, there has to be a here first. And so now we understand why it's important for this science to meet the soul of man for peace, because without peace, this can't happen. We are in the post-September 22nd of 2022 era of making choices. How do we transmute from outer space to this bountiful space of inner space on Earth? Because the inner space is that graceful space. And that soul harvest represents the body enhancement and the material enhancement. It's a two-way street. That's the emotion of presence. And this is how we can travel in our spaceships, whether they be in physicality or in the plasma reality. And we're not saying which dimension are we. We're just talking about the greater oneness that we've seen that transcends the limitations of nuclear science. And we've only been talking about that for 508 Thursdays in a row, known as the Knowledge Seekers Workshops. Helping people understand the difference between the matter plasma that you can touch and see and the matter plasma that you can't touch or cannot see, but you can sense it. And you can do this at different rates of sensitivity. So our job is to focus on the dynamic plasma, and all of us to enlist the services of the dynamic plasma so that we can move from the materialization science. And this is entering the new space age. And we thought this was great. We thought this was great when it went to Linz, but now we're leaving Linz. The Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. life's learning lessons, transmute your preference and your sentimentality. There's a world peace treaty. It needs to be signed. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, and sign it with your soul. Because your soul represents a dilution of emotion that allows fields of life choices to be free from boundaries or abuse. Your ethos is your GPS position on the peace roadmap, and the universal community is your travel guide. The speed of love manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs, and the earthbound soul family seeks physical and emotional gravitational vitality. The emotion of knowledge is embodied in the transmutation connection. And this connection connects equally to the universal cosmic rays freedom broadcast, this channel of inner space. The nebulous inner space resonates with the proper plasma universe. And so plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of this trip. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Earth to Alex. Come in. Well, that was a generous helping of teaching today, Alex. Plus, you were using big words like nebulous and asymmetrical. We're not all full English speakers here. You know, so I think the nebulous is just unclear, cloudy, something like that, vague, and
murky.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, nebulous is not a word you hear that often, and as I said, many are not native-born English speakers. And the asymmetrical is just little difference on each side of a center line. Maybe that was.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I had to refer to the dictionary to look those up.
Well, you understand it's a fundamental philosophy of military intelligence.
Sure. Sure. You said the, well, we're going to open it up here, but you said the GANs and emotions work together. Do they also play together? Or would that be one and the same?
Well, you see why the review is so important, because way back 4 years ago, we were talking about GANs and its affinity, right? And so we said that the GANs is like a lie detector, and it's also a love detector.
Yes, it does have some intelligence, quite a bit of intelligence, as it knows how to balance most situations, taking from the body what it doesn't need and giving to the body what it does need.
And where is this GANs? This GANs we know is within our skin, right?
We're full of it.
Yeah, we're full of it, right? But, you know, we have this unique characteristic where we have the physicality on the outside, then the GANs is on the inside, and then within the GANs, we have the bone structure, which is physical.
Yes, and the marrow inside the bone is probably a type of GANs as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so clearly the physical makeup of the body, as you know, the medical community already knows, is that you have this physical plasma relationship within a physical plasma relationship, right? So you have the bone marrow and you have the skin GANs.
Yeah, I don't
So
think they
those are
know.
two.
I don't think the medical
No, but
community has a
no, they
clue.
know that. They know the bones are physical. You can see that with an X-ray.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
maybe with the bones, but the rest of it and the interstitial tissue and the idea of a Gantz and your kidney only appears at that shape because when you bring it out of the vacuum and so on.
Yeah, but you can't see that in your X-ray. You only see that when it develops a cancer. What you're basically seeing with an X-ray is you're seeing your skeleton. So what you're seeing is the physicality. So there's a physicality within the physicality. And so between those two physicalities is something. Okay, so whatever it is, and we're saying it's against, but you can call it whatever you want, it's between the two physicalities. And then within the physicality of the bone is something else. And they call it marrow, but you can call it whatever you want. You know, you can call it yummy space. So you can call whatever you want. The key point is that it's not physical. It's something other than physical. And so we have this picture, and there's a physical bone structure within the physical body, and no one ever talks about that. Like it's, oh yeah, well, that's just normal, you know. So I guess if you open up a chocolate bar and there's no peanuts inside, I would say that's an anomaly. But if there were peanuts inside, well, that would be kind of like having a physicality within physicality. So no one's explaining, no one talks about that. Well, and that's the point. That's the whole point of this discussion. We're discussing about things that people just take for granted and that don't matter. But everything in the universe matters. This is the point. So everything about life teaches you about how life operates, and whether it's on a small scale or a large scale. So you don't have a microscope, you can't see what's going on inside an atom, and you don't have a telescope and you can't see what's going on in the universe. But you can go into your backyard and you can see what's going on with the vertical people. And it's all the same. There is a field and there's another field and then there's overlapping fields, but you don't go into your backyard and say, oh well some people do, and they say, oh well, there's the crabgrass or there's the dandelions, and someone says, well, I look at the beautiful flowers or look at the grass, and a landscaper, they don't look at the vegetation, they look at the substructure, the rocks, the landscaping. Then they look at those things. So everybody looks at what they want to look at, but the fact of the matter is everybody is looking at the garden, and that garden is an amalgamation of all the fields and all the components that everybody individually is putting together. And so at the end, everybody's looking at the same thing, even though they specifically may be looking at one component of that. So what is your point of view? So are you an Earth space inhabitant? Are you part of human space? Or are you a geologist? So as soon as you say that, you put a limitation on yourself. So this becomes the goal. How do we take the limitations off? So we become universal functionaries and we become part of the whole process. So all of a sudden, we don't look at our tiny, rather imperfect world. We become part of the whole universal community. And what a beautiful picture that is, my opinion.
Yeah, well, that's what the processing is all about, layer by layer, adjustment by adjustment. I think you don't want to do the whole job all at once. I did miss a little bit of the teaching. I was trying to hear, I'm in the corner of the house where my neighbor, who every Sunday, he has this souped up Lexus that he can't get through emissions, but he likes to start it up and rev the engine. So he was doing that, and he turned the music up so loud, and I'm wondering, you know, my windows are shaking, and then he starts using a leaf blower, and I'm thinking he had the music so loud so he could hear the music while he's doing the leaf blowing. So I had to use my field. At least he shut the leaf blower off at this point. Anyway, I thought that was a
That's
little,
neighborly entertainment.
yeah, he's got some kind of souped up Lexus that he can't get through emissions. But he likes to rev it up for about an hour.
Well,
Anyway,
see, the problem is he has to move to Tennessee.
yeah.
There he doesn't have to worry about the emissions.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, and we won't with the hovering car either, will we? Which is very nice. You know, I was thinking, or let's see if someone else would like to come in here, make a comment, take an exception, perhaps share some knowledge you'd like to share. Again, we're all sort of playing in the nursery school, so no matter how you couch it, if it's right for you, it's right.
I have a question for Alex.
Yes. Randy, thank you.
He was talking about the sun today. And how many people have noticed that the sun is now white? It used to be yellow. So plasmatically, what is happening to the sun?
Oh, I don't know, Randy. What is your suggestion?
My suggestion is the magnetics and the plasmatic field of the sun is changing to adapt to the plasmatic energy of the universe that we're going through, since our whole entire galaxy is rotating in a new space.
Yeah. Possibly. Or it's joining the White Club.
Driven by that guy in a Lexus.
So the problem when we're looking at the sun, of course, is that we're looking at the interaction of the rays from the sun interacting with the magnetosphere of the Earth.
Magnetosphere.
Oh, magnetosphere. Sorry. Had problems with these 9-cent words. Had to go to 10-cent
they are
variety.
big words. I agree. It's not something we talk about to our neighbors too much. Go ahead, Alex.
Well, your neighbor is emitting a magnetosphere that is annoying you.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, we handled it. We used the fields.
Yeah, that's right. So, but anyway, you know, the thing is that the change is constant, and so the change is affected by the contributing fields. And so what exactly are those contributing fields? So is the sun different, or is the Earth different? What do you think, Randy?
Both.
Yeah.
One is an interaction from the other.
Yeah. Yeah. But also, you know, Mr. Keshe talked about the stars and the light we see on the surface of the stars, and it's just generated in a way in interaction with itself, so to speak, and maybe somewhat in the environment around the star. He covered a little bit of that in the workshop, or quite a bit of it. The light we see, you would think it would be the interaction, you know, with our fields as we know the sun, the light, and so on. But he was saying, how do the stars create that light when they're millions, billions of miles away? The light we see. And that is some sort of interaction on its surface, which is, again, a different aspect of understanding more.
So I'm really glad that you brought this subject up.
Randy.
So let's talk about Randy's answer. And so he said both, and that makes perfect sense. So if these fields are interacting, and if one field gets to be weaker, in order to maintain a balance, then it behooves the other field to get stronger. Randy, are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. Then the next question is the boundary of the field is at the point where there is no longer an interaction with another field. So the attraction forces be converted into repulsion forces. And if that becomes affected by the inner space, then doesn't it stand to reason that the surface would also change? This is to you, Mark.
Could you repeat that, please?
So if the
Yeah, I was
surface,
thinking when you get embarrassed, you may have a blushed face.
there you
let's
go,
say.
perfect,
Yeah,
beautiful example, great.
Yeah, and I was also thinking, doesn't the sun have emotions, Randy, Alex? And could the sun change its color in a way based on certain emotions within that soul of that entity? Perhaps, of course, in interaction with its environment and everything else, but they all
Well, it
have
could,
emotion.
it could, except that we don't know the true color of the sun, because the color of the sun is not the only color that we see. We're seeing an interaction of the color of the sun with the interaction of the field of the earth.
Right, and we
We-
also
we're
know, yeah, the sun
we're
moves-
inside. We're
Right.
inside the earth. We're part of the Gans of the earth. How do you like that?
Right, and we also know the sun moves millions and millions of miles in each direction just to keep the balance of its creation or its solar system, let's say. So that could be another reason, in a way, for a slight change of its appearance.
Yeah, so why I wanted to bring this up, I'm sorry, answer the question, is because that Thursday's teaching was specific about that. If the surface tension changes, and like you say, you know, if you're embarrassed or you're blushing, that changes the color of your skin. But I mean, if you are changing, so you're changing your emotion, or you're changing, well, in all cases, you'd be changing your emotion. But what I want to say is, let's say you're changing your physical positioning, or you're changing your intention or your interaction, then that is going to affect your surface.
Sure.
And the thing that Mr. Keshe was talking about on Thursday was specifically what it means to actually change your society, change your culture, change your drastic physical location on this planet. So say a European going to China could very easily then transmute into a Chinaman, still being the same soul.
Did he say it was as easy as drinking a cup of tea or a glass of water?
Well, everything's easy when you know how to do it, right? But the point in terms of easiness is the same as when you go to sleep at night. If you toss and turn, you can't go to sleep. So you have to be in a place of safety. And that place of safety automatically emits a field of trust. So trust and safety go together. And at that point, you have the inner peace. And so that could be reflected in your outer peace. And your outer peace allows you to go to sleep, where you're not comatose, you're just in physically suspended animation, but your soul becomes a universe traveler.
Okay, calling
Yeah,
all participants. Is there more, Alex? Let's see if we.
Well, I'm just saying that the question that Randy brought up beautifully ties in, with your description, Randy's point of view, and all of this beautifully ties everything in. And what I keep becoming, I'm going to say the word amazed, but it's actually just really pretty to watch. So I'm going through these reviews. So today's this basic review, and this subject that we're talking about, in effect, based on sequence, was determined long ago. So at some point within the last 4 years, okay? Some nebulous time between those 4 years. And so today's the day we made this discussion on this nebulous inner space. And yet it dovetails so very nicely with what Mr. Keshe was talking about on Thursday. I just get so fascinated with how that all works together. It's almost like, hand in glove. And
is there a synchronization happening? Are the souls synchronized?
Well, yes.
Certain things?
The souls are synchronizing. Well, that's exactly the point. You see, this is such a good point, because it's the inner space which determines the physical space. Back to you.
So we want to open it up for anyone else who'd like to make a comment. Take exception. You can talk back to the teacher without getting in trouble here. There's no problem with that. Again, we all have a different understanding we take from this knowledge, what our intellect allows us to take from it. And no soul has a corner on intellect. So no one is above anyone else, and no one is below anyone else. This is a multi-grade class room or existence. So let's open it up again. It's up to you, of course. No one's being forced to ask anything or interact, and that's fine if you have a silent line of communication. Most of us are a bit unsure of all this, although we know it's correct and we know we're here for a reason. Our souls actually brought us here. Maybe our physicality is saying, oh, come on, let's move along here. But the soul is, the physicality is following the totality. Until they both get on the same page, I think, which is what we're trying to do, and what I think Mr. Keshe is doing with these systems, getting the physicality, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man to be equal, to recognize each other in a way as equals or the same. In balance, no one stealing from anyone else. And of course, the soul is the one we steal from the most, our closest friend. So it's up to each and every one of us to figure that out and figure out how to balance it out. But the systems are also helping. So back to the hovering car. And feel free to jump in if you're ready to jump in anytime. So that car, he said, once you levitate it, it becomes as light as a feather. So it must have some shielding, because I mean, if he's talking about propelling it with a couple of hair dryers, I mean, theoretically, there's more to it, obviously. But what if you hit a crosswind? I would think this car is going to need some shielding. You're heading in
Oh.
a direction and all of a sudden you hit a cross, even with your regular cars on the road that are weighing tons, you hit a heavy wind and it moves the car partially. You've got to kind of straighten it out.
Well,
So,
there's a compromise.
okay,
That compromise is to let's say reduce the weight of the car by 90%. So I believe that it requires about 250 pounds to have enough pressure to cause friction between the tires and the asphalt to
right, but
navigate
he's saying
a
it'll be as
corner.
light as a feather, Alex. It doesn't matter whether you have a kilo in it or a ton in it. It'll still be as light as a feather.
Well, 250-pound feather.
Pushed by
You
hair
know,
dryers? I don't think so.
it won't be pushed by hair dryers. It's going to be pushed plasmatically. You are going to
Okay.
be the car sole.
Okay.
You know, that car is going to have to be navigated, and you're the navigator.
So now the same thing with ships, let's say. We put a ship on the ocean, it's above the water, obviously heavy winds and maybe some water waves, big waves pushing against it if you had to go through a storm. So I'm thinking there may be some shielding. But the beauty of the boat is it will never sink, as I see it at this point. You
Well,
cannot swamp it.
we have a problem here. So this problem is
You better call Houston if we have a problem.
they don't have the answer, trust me. But the point is this: we can enhance agriculture, but in reality, we don't physically need to eat the agriculture to get the energy. So having said that, the benefits that we can bestow to the agricultural business is kind of redundant. So to your question, if we have the car, why do we want the car? Because initially he said, you know, we've advanced past the car. We don't really need the car. Why would you have a car if you could transmute? Okay, because if I could come from, you know, say New York to Chicago and do that within, you know, a matter of seconds, and do that, you know, with a plasma unit, why would I want to get into a plasma car and actually have to, you know, drive from New York to Chicago like everybody else? Why would I want to do that? Well, this is the problem. You know, this is people still like the notion of having a vehicle. But when we get into shipping, I don't think we're going to be doing the same thing with the boats and the planes. I think we're going to be transmuting products.
Yeah, he mentioned that
the same way.
we could eliminate the total delivery systems. That's true, from point of manufacture to point of destination. But we may go through a transition period. Again, that
Well,
period
like I
could
say,
be-
with the agriculture,
Yeah.
we're going to eat the food, right? We're going to produce the food and eat the food, even though, and if push comes to shove, and it may happen this week, where, you know, we're going to have to feed millions of people.
Yeah,
We're not going to be going to, you know, the fast food joint. We're going to be feeding them plasmatically. So,
right.
you know, we can have both. So shall we say, entertain a dichotomy. So what I'm saying is, for the transportation, we can entertain this dichotomy as well, where we can transport goods, you know, on a grand scale, or we can still have the entertainment of traveling around in a vehicle. And, you know,
It does sound like that. It does sound like they.
I'm kind of happy about that, you know,
I like
because
it. You don't fuel it for decades.
well, you know, I grew up with the Jetsons. You know, the cartoon, the Jetsons.
Yeah.
You
I've
know,
seen it.
younger people are probably, you know, wondering what are you talking about, but that's what they did. They flew around in these cars. But you know, when you look at the traffic jams on the road, that's a two-dimensional thing, right? It's along the surface of the road. If you were to have this traffic jam in three dimensions, my God, you know, it would be like a flock of birds overhead. I don't think that would be very attractive. Do you? I mean, you know, when a flock of birds comes like through a migration, you know, it's kind of interesting to see. You know, they come, they squawk, they go. Okay, but if you were to have that every day, you know, overhead, you know, you'd have multiple layers of these cars flitting around. I'd rather have them
No
on the ground.
accidents. Very uncommon. And I think he mentioned in the private archives, again, whether, you know, as people start to take the motors and things out of their cars, some of them were going to actually, or take a ship, turn it upside down and make a crash. Some of these, he said, would get stuck in the atmosphere, you know, maybe, who knows, a quarter mile up, and maybe they levitated, but they can't figure out how to get with these cars. He said people are going to be working on this, and I know he said earlier when he goes to Iran, that would be one of the first projects he got involved with the university people. But now, of course,
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah.
different. You know, the playing field has changed. I think China's ready to go with this. They're not going to do too much with the electric cars, but again, maybe some of these things will just get phased in, so that people can recoup their cost of investment into some of these battery plants and other things. But it does seem like, you know, maybe there'll be showpieces for a while in a way.
Well, that
Limited
how can that
production.
possibly happen? How can that possibly happen? That part cannot happen. You know, you're either having a battery vehicle or you're a non-battery vehicle. You know, yeah, I can't see the
I can't
coexistence
see
of
it
the two.
either, but you know how the man is.
Well, you know, getting back to your guy that's stuck in the sky,
Yeah,
you know, that would give a whole new meaning to Sunday Driver, wouldn't it?
yeah. Or, you know, Alex, you could have lanes where one car hovers 5 centimeters off the ground, and then maybe, let's say, 9 meters above it, there's another lane. And then 9 meters above that, there's another lane. You know, so you could have multiple lanes in a vertical sort of column. But I think they'll be doing just fine, probably along the route. There won't be any need for a repair or a ditch, or, you know, any sort of slide wood across the road. A large boulder falls from the side of the mountain and blocks the road. The car will just go around it or over it. So yeah, it's going to be so amazing that it's going to, again, melt.
Well, this would be a nice, you know, movie instead of looking at some of those. So what do you call those um, characters? Superheroes. You know, look at you know, Plasma World.
Yeah. Oh,
You know,
there'll be all kinds of opportunities to promote and what's coming, and who knows?
well, you know,
exactly will
what do
be
they
there.
do? They practice war games, you know, in virtual reality. So, you know, we can look at this plasma traffic control in virtual reality. Uh, the first thing that crosses my mind, and I mean that sincerely, is having these cars overhead. They would certainly cross my mind. You know, uh, I'm
But they
already
have a
annoyed with
soul. They won't hurt a
I'm annoyed
fly.
with the airplanes overhead.
Yeah, they won't hurt a fly. They won't hurt each other. Automotive repair will eventually phase out. Deaths on the highway. millions of injuries in the United States from accidents. They don't die, but they certainly get their intestines repositioned or have a knee that doesn't function correctly anymore, or head injuries and so on. They're still alive, but they have to deal with that. Won't happen. That's going to be eliminated, as I see it, as we move forward into this position. So that's a lot of, as he said, many businesses will go bankrupt.
Well, you look at what's happening today in the semiconductor industry. I mean, take for instance Samsung. Their sales are down 90%.
Nokia is
And-
laying off 14,000 people.
Yeah, and these are high-priced people.
Mhm.
So, but that's not because of innovation. That's because of suppression. You either use it or you lose it. So, you have advanced technology and you don't use it, well, you might as well not have it. It's just like money. If you put the money in the bank, you might as well not have it, because it doesn't do you any good there. Money, like energy, needs to flow. It's a currency, and it needs to, it needs to do things. So
Circulate, yes.
it has to circulate. That's right. That's exactly right.
Okay, who else would like to share? I see Dean isn't here, and Gail usually has a number of follow-up questions. But they're obviously busy.
Oh, they'll sneak in. Everybody's getting busier and busier, and let's face it, this is a review. But the thing about it is all the members who are here are here, for a personal purpose. And I think a lot of us have taken on the fact that we have an additional responsibility. So I have to grapple with this question myself. Am I going to continue teaching? Or what are you going to do? Are you going to continue to be a host of this Sunday thing? What about Mr. Keshe? Is he going to keep on with the Thursday classes?
Okay.
What about Rick? He's already going into his what is it, second or third decade? Anyway, I'm being sarcastic, but the only person who's done more classes than Rick is actually Mr. Keshe. But maybe not now. Maybe Rick has surpassed him because he's done the other
Yeah, no.
297.
We're all just doing a little part for a little while, that's all. That's
Oh,
all it is,
Rick is the champion. Rick is the champion. He's and he's a model of Canadian pride. Okay, because he is determined, he's peaceful, he's genuine, and he's reliable. He's reliable. You know how important that is. And if you listen to the Belt and Road Initiative, the fundamental thing that resonates there, you can't depend on undependable people. When you shake hands and make a deal, you can't walk away there and have to count your fingers to see if you lost anything in that interaction.
Rick is like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah, but he's not he's not like a dog chasing his tail. He's on a mission.
He's very dedicated.
Well, he's a man of the universe. He wants to bring peace on this planet. Okay, and he's every Canadian needs to look up to him. I was just thinking, if I ran this country the way it's being run, my wife would divorce me. And wait a second, that's already happened. Never mind. Okay, back to you, Randy.
Okay. Any other thoughts? We're coming up to the top of the hour. I think it's almost midnight in Europe. Again, time changing here, November 5th. I think it is, so be aware of that. We'll come and
You'll be here next week, Mark?
I will.
Okay, and then after that,
Yeah, the next 2 Sundays, I
the
probably
next two
won't be.
Sundays.
Yeah.
Okay,
Take a
I
little
will.
vacation.
I will
Yeah,
get prepared.
whatever you'd like. Again, we just continue to share and layer knowledge onto ourselves in a way to share more. That's all the process is at this point. But then again, there'll be a reason. This is a reason for all this happening. You're going to be sought after as gold dust, the knowledge seekers. And of course, the knowledge seekers, he's laying the road and paving the road, and we'll be filling it in with systems and other things. But he's just sort of laying the pavement down in a way.
Well, 3 weeks. Life is going to change. Be a whole new meaning to 9/11.
Yeah, no, there's going to be all kinds of things going to have to be fit just the way the universe is with what the creator is doing in his remodeling process. So we don't really have the time and the knowledge to see it, but there's a whole remodeling process going on. And it takes time for things to move into the correct position. Maybe not so much time. Again, he wants it delivered sooner than later, but you have to work with the governments and see how they go. I think they'll all want it, especially once their nationals realize what's available to them. You mean I can feed without having to spend so much of my income on? I can have more time to explore the universe. I can be on vacation for 6 months, see the beauties of the creation. Why would I want to slave my life away on a monotonous, repetitive type of donkey work? So we'll see.
Sounds so good.
It is so good. The land of milk and honey is already here. All you have to do is listen. Okay. Anything else? I'm going to play the little clip that the Brazilian team made. And of course, you can join them in daily intentions every day at 2 a.m. CEST or on Wednesday, 6 p.m. for, again, the intentions of the elevation of the souls and the soul of the planet and so on. That's on Telegram. If someone's here, maybe they can put that in the chat. I shared the Universal Council. That's not in a Zoom or in a Telegram. That's just on the soul level that you can join at 9 p.m. But the Brazilians offer this every day, 2 a.m. for daily intentions. And then on Wednesday, it would be 6 p.m. CEST or CET time that you can join. Somebody is saying Jefferson said it'll change next Sunday. I thought in the United States it's going to be November 5th, but I could be wrong. It could have been a wrong thing or I misinterpreted. So we'll see. We'll check this week and try to let people know.
We'll see. And I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. And I hope you're enjoying these sessions. And I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much.
So I'm just going to play this short video and then the final disclaimer, but this was in 821 the Brazilian team made about nanomaterials and so on. And, graphene, and we hear this is in the vaccines and nanomaterial. Your hair is a nanomaterial, and most people, except some women I know, usually want more hair. Everybody seems to want more hair on their head. Maybe not on other parts of their body specifically, but every hair has a reason. But that's a nanomaterial. That's like an antenna. It's absorbing and probably giving some energy into the body. So all these things, the graphene, the superconductors, nanomaterials, ganses, and all, this is all part of our structure. And we've sort of, in a way, you hear these terms, they're in a certain injections and other things, and ooh, it's nano, and we don't know much about that, but you're made up of these sort of things, much of you. So we shouldn't be afraid, especially your hair. It's a nanomaterial. It's an antenna. It's absorbing and giving off energies. And that's probably part of where we get 80% of the energy we absorb is from the skin, and you see the cross hatches and so on. So I'm going to play that 3-minute video, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts, questions, observations, or anything else you'd like to bring? Well, they don't talk back to you, Alex, that's for sure. Everyone seems to be either mesmerized or so impressed or very satisfied with your teachings, which I am as well. So we thank you for being here and continuing to expand our horizons and our dimensions of understanding into this plasma science. Anyone else with anything else they'd like to share? Okay, I'm going to share the screen to start with.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Ying, and other co-hosts who are here. I think, let me just double check that share and make sure I did check the optimize for video and share sound. Yes, I did. Okay. So thank you all. We'll close here. And again, remember, there's many language communities: Italy, France, Germany, Hindi, India, Bangladesh, Portuguese, Dutch, Russian, Spanish, Chinese. You can find those on social medias or different Telegram platforms, and feel free to join any of them. Even we have the Farsi. I didn't even mention Farsi. Mr. Keshe was quite instrumental in there, and we should be seeing the English transcript of what was conveyed. I think he spent over an hour there, message to the leadership and others of what could be done, what is being proposed to be done. So many opportunities to get involved, stay involved, and thank you all for your presence today and bringing the change in whatever way you can and how you can. And again, we're not forcing it. We're just becoming more knowledgeable. So when the time comes and there'll be people asking you more and more about this, about that, how does this work? What does this mean? So I think you'll be quite valuable to the foundation and to humanity and the others. Okay, thank you all. And we'll conclude here with, again, a small clip on nanomaterials and things, and then the final disclaimer. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day, night, morning, wherever you exist.
You taught us before that nano means singularity and release magnetic fields. So does this mean that our sun is nano in respect to us, but in respect to the universe it's not? Its magnetic fields are tied up with the solar system and galaxy. I'm trying to understand, what does nano really mean? I am a nano, then I have magnetic fields?
Yes, I think you understood better than the professor in university in Brazil. This is how the solar system works as a nanostructures. And through their magnetic fields, they create the condition of the connection. In a human life, when we get together and we make connection, for example, we hold hand when we are in a circle. In the world of creation, magnetic field lines is that holding hand with the next connection, next item, next star. And that's all it is. Holding hand with another star, holding hand with another cell, holding hand with another galaxy. It's a physical arm of connection of one with the other. In the world of man, we put our hand out, become magnetical, and the other person puts a hand in toward us, he becomes gravitational to us. In the world of plasma, we become magnetically as a plasma putting your connection out, and when we find another hand, another field shaking or connecting to us, we create a communication. From being a nano, we become a molecule. And this is how life is in the universe. We call it gravitational or magnetical. In human life, we call it the shaking hand. I put my hand out, you put your hand to me. I become magnetical from me to you, and you become gravitational to me because I receive your field. In a way, it's nano of me is single me. When I shake hand with the other one, it's become molecule of me and another person. They become characteristic of two. It's like when you're trying to pull something on your own, you don't have the strength. But if somebody else you give a hand to and they hold your hand and you pull together, now you can pull an object, you can make a connection with the object. So now you become a molecule of, combination of, and this is how we work. We are individuals, nanos is individuality, and then it transfers into molecular structure to lock in to have more strength. And in a way, if you look at it, you're a nano. If you're in a circle, you give one hand to the guy in the front, you're giving, and another hand behind you, you're pulling the person behind you in the line. This is your gravitational, your magnetical, but you're still individual. But collectively, it becomes a molecule, it's a connection now. And this is how the stars work. This is how nanomaterial make connection. As they give, they receive. And this is how the technology of life is, creation is.
So a continuation for this question is, can it happen that an atom decides on his own not to join with another as a molecule? Are atoms free to decide?
Yes, it happens all the time. That's how our skin is created. That's how you have a surface of a material, how you have a surface of a stone. The surface point of any element is where the element cannot find a connection with its next similar item. In the body of the man, your neural system is a connection of the ganses in a nano gans structure. And when it comes to the end of your nerve, that nanogans structure changes to nanographene structure of the same cell and decides that's the end of it. I don't want to make any more connection, and becomes the end of your nerve system. As we were talking about the graphene, which is a nanocrystal structure, nanocrystal structures are end. They do not give any more connection. They don't create any connection. They transfer all the connection to the center of themselves in one direction. And that is what happens in your body. When the nanoplasma gans in your body changes to nanographene structure into your body, it becomes air, does not connect, it becomes a surface, becomes the end of your neural system, for example. And it's the same when you do not want to extend anymore, which you want to be to what it is, this becomes your surface, and that's the end of the what we call a structure, where the cell does not want to make any connection to add another similar cell to itself.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.